Sorry, sir. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the May 3rd meeting of the Alpharetta City Council. Appreciate the big crowd here this evening. Guess with the storms, you really didn't want to be outside having too much fun this evening. So glad to have you all here. I will note for the record that all members of council are present and accounted for this evening. And we begin our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're able, please join us in standing. And I believe we have some guests that might like to come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So this evening we've got a few board and commission appointments to begin with. First item will be for the Recreation Commission. Ms. Carla Piedrahita, was I even close? Close enough? Okay, thank you. And this will be an appointment to the Recreation Commission on behalf of Councilman Burnett. We appreciate your offer to serve this city, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you very much. Second will be the Code Enforcement Board. This will require a vote by council, and this is for Leandra Murphy. If there's no discussion about this appointment, I'll call for a motion.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell and a second by Councilman Merkel. All those in favor of the appointment of Leandra Murphy to the Code Enforcement Board, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. And the third appointment will be to the Board of Zoning Appeals for Mr. Mike Fowler. Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, Mike's a really great guy. I think he'll do a wonderful job on our Board of Zoning Appeals, and so I'd like to appoint Mike Fowler to that position.
Thank you, sir. So that will wrap up the appointments this evening, and we'll move on to the consent agenda. And the consent agenda, the first item is the council meeting minutes for the meeting from April 26, 2021. Is there anyone who would like to remove anything from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilman Burnett, second by Councilman Merkel. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. So that'll wrap up the consent agenda for this evening, and we'll move into the public hearing. And the first item up on the public hearing this evening is PH-21-08, Heritage Congregate Housing, Davis Drive. Director Cook, I believe you have the floor.
I didn't turn this on. There we go. Is it showing now? Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first item is shown to you on the screen, and the applicant, the Davis Group, is requesting a change to previous conditions of zoning in order to construct an assisted living on 8.6 acres in the North Point overlay. The request is to amend a condition to add congregate housing assisted living facility to a list of already approved light industrial uses that were previously approved. The development would include 143 independent assisted living and memory care units in a 3-story building. Let me put the site plan up here. So this is located along the new Davis Drive that hasn't been constructed. You can see here. And then West Side Parkway, just to get everybody oriented to where this is. The property is zoned LI, which congregate housing assisted living facility is permitted by right in light industrial. The property does not currently have street frontage on Davis Drive. North Fulton Community Improvement District is preparing to construct the Davis Drive extension, which will connect West Side Parkway over to Mansell Road. Property was approved on November 11th, 2019, and that was for a variance to remove the maximum building setbacks on West Side Parkway and Davis Drive. They also received an exception to increase the maximum building height, but that was just for office buildings and parking decks. A variance was also requested to allow 2 rows of parking in between a building and the street, but that particular variance was denied. A condition was placed at that time on the property limiting the permitted uses on the property, but if you recall, we limited those because we didn't have a specific site plan, so we wanted to see a detailed site plan in order to add additional uses. I did include a table in the packet that shows that there are 12 assisted senior living facilities currently operating in the city. They consist of 1,700 units, and of course, Village Park, it's not developed, which will be the Phase 2 located at Wills Road, so that's not included in that number. As of February 28th, 2021, when we reviewed existing housing units in Alpharetta, there was over 28,000 in the city, which includes for sale as well as for rent, and assisted senior living units also are included within that number. The assisted senior living housing represents about 5.4% of the total housing units in the city. We do have 4 undeveloped sites that consist of about 51 acres that could be developed for congregate housing assisted living facility. And that's without a public hearing because that was just allowed by right as part of a master plan, or it was already zoned light industrial, which allows the assisted living. We did review the public safety impact. Senior living facilities have less impact on traffic. In schools, the use has greater impacts on public safety. Due to the liability issues, these facilities regularly call public safety for assistance with resident falls. So far in 2021, the city's public safety department is averaging about 3.95 calls for service per day, and that's for all of the assisted living facilities. But when you look at facilities like what the applicant is proposing, it's a business model that has the independent units included. It's more of an average of 0.7 per day for calls for all of the facilities that are similar to what the applicant's requesting. The site plan shown to you on the screen, there's a 3-story assisted and memory care building. That's the large building here. And then the detached independent units are located here along Davis Drive. They do have 2 stormwater facilities that you can see. One's located in the corner here with a cemetery, a historic cemetery that's close by. I believe there's about 8 different grave sites at that cemetery. Right now, the cemetery is accessed from the Top Golf location. There's a trail that comes from the Top Golf to access the historic cemetery. There's also a stormwater detention pond that's located along the 60-foot Georgia 400 tree buffer. And of course, this is a ramp, so the tree buffer is required to be 60 feet along that ramp. There are 6 specimen trees on the property, of which 4 are tulip poplars and are not desirable saves. There is a 25-inch water oak located in the pocket park, in this pocket park here, that we are recommending that that's saved if the application is approved. There is also going to be a temporary stormwater facility that's going to be located somewhere in this area as part of the Davis Drive construction. And we've written conditions, and the applicant's agreeable to moving that detention facility to these other 2 locations, but also making sure that that new detention facility will take care of the runoff from the new roadway. Applicant did submit elevations. And this is located, I should have stated, within the North Point overlay. So some of the design you see here is to match the North Point overlay, heavy brick design. They do show and you can see it here in this picture, a rooftop sign. I think it was a couple of years ago, we actually removed prohibiting rooftop signs from our code, but all of this will have to go through the design review board if it's approved. This is the elevation along Davis Drive, and you'll see that we did recommend, if it's approved, conditions that require walkouts along Davis Drive on this first level. That's similar to what you would see on Academy Street, as well as along interior to City Center. And this is from an assisted living that we found that's being constructed in, I believe, Dunwoody. And so this is what we were looking for along the roadway, so it has more activity along that roadway. Just more elevations of the different amenity areas. They do have a rooftop amenity, as well as a conservatory. I think I have a behind the entrance. And they do include a memory garden as well. We did look at the rental study. The U.S. Census Bureau classifies assisted living, memory care, and independent senior living as renter-occupied housing. So, of course, we had to look at the comp plan goal, which states that we should maintain a balance between owner-occupied and renter-occupied in Alpharetta, such that 68% of the housing stock is owner-occupied. And we did have a benchmark update in 2019 that said the city is moving towards its policy of 68% owner-occupied housing. Between 2015 and 2019, the U.S. Census Bureau estimates that the percentage of renter-occupied housing units in the city has actually decreased from 37.4% to 33.6%. The applicant did submit a trip generation report for the proposed development, showing that the development would generate 31 p.m. peak hour trips. So after review of this submittal, staff finds that we can support the applicant's request for changes to previous conditions of zoning. Uses were limited on the property, again, because they didn't have that detailed site plan, which they do have at this time. In addition, the proposed use is low traffic generators, and it's appropriately located on a secondary roadway. And also, in comparison to traditional single-use senior facilities, this business model does have a mix of different types of senior facilities on the property, which is less of an impact to the public safety services. We are recommending approval with several conditions. One has the subject property shall be limited to the following light industrial uses, and we added I from the original approval, which is congregate housing assisted living facility. And then 2, after January 1st, 2023, 159 congregate housing assisted living facility units shall be permitted a certificate of occupancy. 3, the property shall be developed substantially in accordance with the submitted plans. 4, main building elevations, materials, and details shall be substantially similar to the renderings prepared and submitted. 5, Davis Drive shall be improved as follows: a 6-foot planter and 8-foot sidewalk with final approval by staff. 6, driveway separation requirements may be reduced along Davis Drive based on an evaluation of site distance and safety with final approval by the city's transportation engineer. 7, open space shall include a mix of trees, shrubs, and ground covers of varying heights, textures, and colors as approved by the DRB. And amenity areas shall be improved with hardscape, landscape, and seating, gathering areas as depicted in the renderings prepared by Merriman Anderson Architects dated 2/2021. Final approval by DRB. 8, the tree save. The following trees shall be saved: a 25-inch water oak. Applicant shall be responsible for any tree recompense. 9 deals with the street trees. Along Davis Drive shall be shade trees, minimum 4-inch caliper at time of planting, as approved by DRB. 10, rooftop signage as depicted in the renderings shall be a permitted sign type on the property in lieu of a wall sign with final approval by staff, but this one really should say by DRB. If everything else is going to DRB, this is something that should be presented. We recommend presented to DRB. And then 11, stormwater facilities shall accommodate the Davis Drive roadway improvements and shall be an amenity with heavy landscaping. 12, per the previous variance, property owner shall provide a 20-foot easement to the city for the future extension of the Alpha Loop within the Georgia 400 tree buffer. 13, buildings shall include at-grade walkouts with doors, courtyards. All equipment, the HVAC, shall be screened from Davis Drive. Doors shall be covered with an awning or other approved decorative feature. And the last condition, 14, site entrances shall include a decorative brick wall with iron detailing as well as heavy landscaping. Each entrance shall include a decorative paver apron, a minimum of 50 foot in length. And that concludes staff presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer those.
Do we have any questions from council at this time? Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
Kathy, we spoke earlier, and I believe you spoke with the owner about it's the McGinnis Cemetery that it dates back to the 1700s. And so I know you spoke with them about preparing that, and according to state law, when they buy the property, they're responsible for maintaining and the upkeep of that cemetery, and I believe they're in full agreement of that. So do you have a condition prepared to propose?
I actually do. I'll have to go pull that, but they were in agreement.
Sure.
They were in agreement to work with the Historical Society to come up with different improvements that would include landscaping as well as decorative fencing.
And Pat Miller and Ed Maloney, the future president of the Historical Society and current president, I spoke with them today, and they're more than willing to work with you all as well. So if we could just add that condition. All right. Thank you.
And it may include some of those, but not all of those things. I mean, they'll have to work with the Historical Society to see what works for them.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Ms. Cook.
Thank you.
Would the applicant like to come forward at this time?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brent Davis. I'm with the Davis Group located at 6728 Jamestown Drive, Alpharetta, Georgia. I'm here tonight with my business partner, Chris Davis, as well as our engineer, Mark Putnam, with Kimley Horn Engineering, to present application PH 21-08. We appreciate your consideration in hearing our request for a change to previous conditions to the previously City Council approved 2019 Swilly Davis Drive variance that resulted in a much shorter list of approved light industrial uses. Our request is to add congregate housing as a permitted use to that shortened list for a light industrial zoned 8.5 acre property that sits along Georgia 400 and between Topgolf and Papados, where the anticipated Davis Drive extension is expected to start construction soon, thanks to the great work of the North Fulton CID. Per City of Alpharetta UDC, congregate housing is otherwise a permitted light industrial use. Staff has reviewed our application and submitted materials and have concluded in a very detailed staff report that staff can support our request and has recommended City Council approve our request with conditions. The applicant agrees with the staff conditions as presented tonight, including the details surrounding the cemetery, which we can work those details out here shortly. As I just mentioned, uses were limited on the subject property in 2019 in conjunction with the property owner's request for variances and exceptions, and it's important to point out that their request did not include the required site development plan. There was no plan or vision in place at the time the variances and exceptions that were requested by the property owner. In our request tonight, I present to you a detailed plan and vision for the Heritage, a congregate housing assisted living facility senior community, which will include 143 units of independent, assisted, and memory care units located in a 3-story main building to the west side of the property, and 16 one-story living cottages on the eastern half of the property and oriented to a pocket park, for a total of 159 congregate housing assisted living facility units. The overall design of the community will feature elements from the eco-district design language, with the main building featuring a mercantile warehouse style with a mostly brick design and steel beam accents and warehouse windows. A pronounced building-mounted sign featuring the heritage in large lettering, as well as a rooftop amenity area, which includes an outdoor gathering area and a conservatory. In the staff report, staff concluded that our proposal is consistent with the policies and strategies in the 2035 Comprehensive Plan. Our provided detailed site plan and renderings comply with the development regulations in the Unified Development Code. The proposed use is a low traffic generator, which will be located on a secondary roadway. And the use, which will include independent living, will have less impact on public safety services than traditional senior facilities without independent living. I would also like to point out that my business partner, Chris Davis, and I are developing the 4.42 acres to the north of the future Davis Drive extension along Westside Parkway using a cohesive eco-district design, which will include a new corporate office for our family-owned and operated companies, the Davis Group and Alpharetta Construction, as you see here. I think I have a couple of slides here. There we go. Yep, you can leave it right there. Our team has worked diligently with staff to address their site plan comments, and we have come back with a revised site plan before you tonight that has addressed those comments, resulting in an improved plan. One of the biggest items we worked on staff was tree preservation throughout the site. Although the soon-to-be Davis Drive extension construction will impact the site, as Kathy mentioned, and some select specimen trees would be affected, and that would start before our development would start. We were successful in saving tree number 297, 25-inch water oak that we have incorporated into a very nice pocket park amenity. And you can, yep, there you go. You can just leave it right there. Yeah, we're good. Preserving this tree will certainly add to the streetscape theme along the future Davis Drive extension and immediately provide an established aesthetic. We will also be working with staff during the DRB and LDP submittals to minimize impact to the critical root zones of those trees along the border of the Georgia 400 tree buffer. These elements, along with a featured wet pond stormwater amenity area with heavy landscaping, significant planted street trees, an internal sidewalk trail system, an enhanced site entrance to include a decorative brick wall with iron detailing and heavy landscaping, and walkability by seniors and their friends and families that come to visit, to local businesses such as Papa Do's Seafood Kitchen, Top Golf, Miller's Ale House, Main Event, The Cooler, and Ray's Killer Creek, will certainly create an appealing senior community for our growing Alpharetta senior population, seeking independent living communities with age-in-place, assisted living services such as the Heritage. I would also like to mention that surrounding property owner feedback has been very positive regarding our application. I received and provided to the city a very strong letter of support from Pappas Restaurants, Inc., located in Houston, Texas, who's the owner and operator of Papa Do's Seafood Kitchen, located contiguous to our subject property. I equally had very positive and supportive conversations with current area property owners such as James Davis Adams, one of the original developers in the immediate commercial area, as well as John Bardis, the owner of the Cooler. Also, at the community zoning information meeting, there were no public comments or questions in regard to our application or presentation, and there has been no negative community feedback to date. Regarding application PH 21-08, we have support from immediate property owners. We have support from the city staff, as you heard from Kathy earlier, and I ask tonight for City Council to support our proposal and approve our application with the proposed staff conditions. I appreciate your time and consideration, and we look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Councilwoman Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for that thorough presentation. Do you mind coming back up?
We generally give them an opportunity to ask questions, but I appreciate you trying to get through.
Just two quick ones. Actually, you and I spoke last week about, in the stormwater detention areas, the addition of the aerial fountains.
Yes, ma'am.
In both stormwater facilities, and you're comfortable with us adding language to that as in the condition?
Yes, the one located in the middle of the site plan there, between the multi-story building and the cottages, would be ideal. That's definitely a wet pond. It'll be ideal for a water feature. The one tucked away over in the back may not be quite as ideal for a water feature, as it's tucked away back behind the cottages. But with our engineer here, is that possible? That it would have some visibility and create an aesthetic?
It does have some visibility. We sort of retrofit it. Good afternoon. Mark Putnam with Kimley Horn. I live at 925 Mullen X Road, Alpharetta, Georgia. So as of right now, we're planning on the center pond to be the wet pond. That's the more focal point. That's where we're trying to make that pocket park, make that a mini area centered around it. The other one is more of just a way that we're able to achieve the water, stormwater requirements of the Davis Drive. That's going to give us the extra volume that we need, and we're not proposing that one currently to be a wet pond.
Okay.
So the sprinkler system or the fountain system, and it wouldn't be the ideal solution for it.
So you're okay with you're comfortable with the center pond?
Yes, comfortable with the center pond, and we'll of course landscape that other pond.
Correct.
As
Okay.
required.
As noted here in staff's conditions. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
Mr. Davis, just about the cemetery, the McGinnis Family Cemetery. It's a small cemetery with only 8 headstones. Some are in need of repair, obviously because of the age and all. But as the new property owner, are you willing to accept that condition and work with the
Absolutely.
Historical Society and then with final approval with DRP?
Yes, I would be. Yeah, and it would actually, my partner and I, Chris, talked about this on the way here, and it'd be an honor to take care of those. Yeah.
Thank you. The
Work
McGinnis
with the
family
Historical
goes.
Society.
Yeah, it goes back a long way in this area, so thank you. We can introduce you to them later tonight.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
I actually have one more.
Councilwoman Richard.
Sorry. I know that there were some comments last week from some of our council members in regards to the roof sign and the ability to see that from 400.
Right.
Is it my understanding that you're comfortable with language that indicates that the sign would not be viewable from 400?
Absolutely, I would be.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you can go to the next slide, I actually, on down, sorry, there. Yeah, I added this just in case it came up today. To the right, you can see Top Golf. The nets are visible there. I believe those are upwards of 150 feet tall. So at this Google Street View, you can barely see those, and those are very close to Georgia 400 at that point. To the left here, you can see the Heritage, where the main building, the multi-story building location would be tucked away over that side, a little closer to that off-ramp exit. And the building signage you're talking about would be facing Davis Drive and away from Georgia 400 and will not be visible.
Thank you. Is it lit? Is the sign lit?
I don't believe we've decided that yet, if it would be lit.
I can come up.
Yeah, yeah,
Like most signage is lit.
yeah. Yeah, I believe we would probably want to light the sign.
Yeah, it's Chris Davis, 3024 Watson's Bend here in Milton. Yeah, the signage would be lit facing Davis Drive, so it wouldn't be backlit, so you wouldn't see it from 400. Does that answer your question?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilman Hypes.
When you say backlit, I mean, is it going to be the lighting will only be visible from Davis Drive?
Yeah, so the signage that's facing Davis Drive, typically just the front would be visible from Davis Drive. So the back of it, you wouldn't see the illumination would be going backwards.
Illumination was the word I was
Yeah.
looking for.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, okay, you answered my question. Thank you.
And we'll, of course, work with DRB, during that submittal.
Any other questions from council for the applicant? Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're quite welcome. Ms. Cobb, do we have any public comment cards on this item?
I do, sir. I have one public comment card. Pat Miller, 13040 King Road.
I'm the president of the Alpharetta and Old Milton County Historical Society. I am the outgoing president. Ed Maloney, who is here with us tonight, is the incoming president, or probably will be. We haven't held the election yet. But we didn't have a whole lot of people stepping up to volunteer. But I wanted to let you folks know that we are delighted to be working with you. And the cemetery is quite small. It is a historic family. Over the years, it's been surveyed several times. The earliest one we know about was 1946, when Atlanta's most famous local historian, Franklin Garrett, surveyed it. There were 3 graves there at the time that can no longer be found. I'm hoping that those markers are in the woods somewhere over there. In the process of your landscaping, we might find them. The oldest person buried there was born in 1815. The cemeteries normally date from the date of the first burial. The first one that can be determined from the headstones was 1877, and the most recent one was 1929. So it's been neglected for a long time, and we look forward to helping you clean it up. I'm kind of a cemetery nut. Anybody who knows me knows that. There's only 8 graves. I will personally come and clean the headstones, and I will teach you folks how to do it. And we appreciate your willingness to help us, because you can judge a community by the respect they pay for their founding citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Cobb, do we have any other comment cards?
No, sir.
But if anyone here would like to come forward and speak on this zoning issue, now's your opportunity to do so. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion to approve PH-21-08, the Heritage Congregate Housing Davis Drive, subject to the conditions. There are no changes to the conditions that were read by staff. Conditions 1 through 9 remain the same. Condition number 10, we will be adding with final approval by DRB, and then adding a sentence that says any signage approved shall not be visible from Georgia 400. Change to condition number 11, stormwater facilities shall accommodate the Davis Drive roadway improvements and shall be an amenity with heavy landscaping, period. Center pond shall include an aeration fountain, period. And that is the end of my motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Richard, a second by Councilman Binder. Any discussion?
I have a friendly amendment to suggest. The applicant shall work with the Alpharetta Historical Society to determine the McGinnis graveyard improvements that may include new ornamental fencing, landscaping, repair of headstones and signage. Sufficient landscape screening shall be provided between the new site and the cemetery with final approval by the DRB. Will he?
We all accept. Councilman Binder?
I guess so.
A begrudging yes. The friendly amendment is accepted. Any discussion? Councilman Merkel?
I just think it's an example of a project that had favorable folks working on it from the very beginning and had a good rapport with the city. And as he brought up today, the surrounding owners, Historical Society. It's really kind of cool because they don't all go this well. And I want to be there for the first field trip to Main Event to play laser tag. Good. Keep me in a loop.
Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to echo that, without the laser tag, you don't often see light industrial as one of the more interesting zoning categories we have, and so to see you guys pump at least tens of millions of dollars into this area down towards Mansell Road is really encouraging for the future of the city as it spreads, because I've never seen anything this nice in my time on the Planning Commission or on council for a light industrial area, so thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
And I agree. Thank you for being cooperative about the cemetery. And also, you know, we pride ourselves in the aesthetics of our city everywhere, every inch of our city. We want it to be beautiful, and the building is really nice, and the architecture is strong. And so I just wish you all well, and I think it's a perfect spot for a senior living facility to go that can have a lot of success. So congratulations.
Any other comments from council? That being said, there is a motion and a second, and that motion was to approve PH-21-08, the Heritage Congregate Housing, Davis Drive, with the conditions as outlined by staff, with the amendments as suggested and recommended by Councilwoman Richard, and the additional condition regarding the cemetery from Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell. Is everyone clear on the motion? All those in favor, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you. You're welcome. So that'll wrap up the public hearing for this evening. We'll move on to new business. First item up on new business is the Tech Alpharetta Agreement Renewal.
Mayor and Council, before y'all, next is a contract between the city and the Development Authority. It's the annual contract which helps to fund Tech Alpharetta. The next step is for the Development Authority then to enter into an agreement with Tech Alpharetta. So tonight we have CEO Karen Cashin, who will make a brief presentation on Tech Alpharetta and just give us an update as to how it's doing. Okay.
Thanks, sir. Ms. Cashin.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council.
Welcome.
Thank you. I have with me here tonight our chairman of the board for Tech Alpharetta, Philippe Smolko.
Hello, everybody. Good to see
EVP
everyone.
at Lease Plan, whom I believe you've met before, as well as our treasurer for the past 2 years, Paul Nagrowski with Siemens. And they'll
Nice
be
to
saying,
see you.
yes, speaking a couple brief words as well. So I'll turn it over to Philippe for a
Yeah,
minute.
just I won't take long at all. It was January when we were here. We gave you guys a bit of a glimpse on what happened.
If you don't mind coming forward, just so people can hear you that are watching online.
Yes, during the year, we continue to grow. We're very proud of the accomplishments of the organization. The brand continues to grow through a lot of hard work. We've recruited a lot of interesting companies, all sponsors, and more to be done. So hopefully you enjoyed the presentation today. But again, we're very proud of the accomplishments so far. A lot of energy, good stuff going on. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, sir.
All right. And Paul will be joining me in just a minute here as we get into the slides. So let's go ahead and advance the slides. So I feel like I was just here, but it really has been more than 3 months. But when we were here back in January, one of the things that we talked about was the fact that Tech Alpharetta is a tech economic development engine for the city of Alpharetta, and that we grow and connect to Alpharetta's tech ecosystem by helping grow new companies and new jobs for the city, helping to attract and retain tech companies in the city, and helping to attract, retain, and grow the skilled tech workforce. We can skip some of these introductory ones. I'll tell you where to keep going. Okay, next one. So we're here today, first of all, to thank you all for the city's ongoing support of our tech economic development work for the city, and to update you all on our first quarter 2021 performance, and also to request renewal of the city's funding of Tech Alpharetta for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. And so first, just briefly, we'd like to share some of our first quarter metrics and tech economic development activities with you all. I'm happy to report that Tech Alpharetta is on track or ahead on every one of our projections for 2021 thus far. From a board standpoint, engaging Alpharetta's tech companies as board members is something that we do. We're fortunate to have a large number of tech thought leaders on our board who are true subject matter experts. And by engaging them on our board as speakers, as thought leaders, also helps to engage their companies. And the more company engagement we have, in turn, the higher the likelihood that we can help retain companies here in Alpharetta when the companies and their employees are engaged. So first quarter 2021, we have 3 new board member companies who are also now sponsors. Global Payments, who's tripling in size here in the city of Alpharetta, which was great news. Restore Point, and Taylor English Law Firm that focuses heavily on the startup sector as well as the larger corporates. So it's a real good match for our organization. And our board, we're up to 32 tech company members now, 3 non-tech company members, the city, of course, and 6 partner organizations. So we have a really solid board, and as I said, just tremendous thought leaders on that board. We've successfully recruited 12 of our board member companies to volunteer as new tech business partners for the new Innovation Academy High School that we are partnered with as an organization as well. Our Build Committee is working with the city's economic development and community development on the North Point Corridor re-envisioning project. And we continue to engage our board member companies not only through speaking engagements, but through our podcast series, video interview series, and our blogs. Putting a lot of content out there. This next slide just shows you our current board of directors and the companies that are currently serving on it. And feel free to jump in with any questions if I'm going too fast. But also, as you know, creating a vibrant tech ecosystem in the city helps to retain and attract tech companies and skilled workforce. And to that end, we've held 17 virtual Tech Alpharetta events just since January, serving well over 800 registered tech guests. So we're putting a lot of content out there that's really relevant to the tech community and bringing in a very significant size audience for each of those. This next slide just gives you the overall picture. We're keeping very busy with approximately 1 event per week compared to previous years where we had about 2 per month. So we've really stepped up the game there. And as you also know, since we were here just a couple of weeks ago to celebrate our 2 most recent startup graduates, we build new companies and new jobs for Alpharetta through our startup incubator, thanks to the support of the city. We've had 2 startup graduates year to date. Both are headquartered now in the city of Alpharetta. And we've had 16 graduate companies since 2015. Our two new graduates together employ 14 people. Our incubators currently has 48 startup members with a total of 84 employees, and we have 6 startups who are actively hiring, including one who's here tonight, Data Sears. So we're contributing to the economic development activity in the city by creating these new jobs, these new tech startup companies who are headquartering here and are continuing to hire. And our startups have now raised, actually that number just went up a little bit more, to over $128 million in funding since 2015 and created nearly 600 new tech jobs for the city of Alpharetta. And lastly, last point on the incubator is just that we're really proud to be an international incubator, which makes us fairly unique among the metro area tech startup incubators. Currently representing, our founders represent 9 different countries, and our startups are doing business in 28 countries. So it's a great melting pot at our incubator. And thank you. I was just going to say one more thing about that last slide you're ahead of me there, which is you can see our graduate wall of fame at the bottom has grown tremendously over the past 4+ years. It's our goal to fill that side of the wall. Okay. And we're also helping to build Alpharetta's next generation tech workforce. We have a lot of educational initiatives currently underway. We're partnered very closely with Fulton County Schools, and I know I've mentioned that in the past. This year we've placed more Fulton County Schools talented and gifted high school interns than any of the previous years. We've already placed 15 year to date with our startups. It's great for those students, it's great for the school's internship program, and our startups absolutely love these kids who are super high performers. So that partnership is a win-win for everyone, and one of our startups, Zip Apply, actually created a video resume app for that student internship program at no charge to Fulton County Schools. And a big thank you to Dale Sizemore, who is our liaison with that Fulton County Schools program. On the STEAM mentoring front, also our Women's Forum has launched mentoring partnerships with DeVry University and a nonprofit called Angels in Tech to provide STEAM mentoring to underserved female students. And we've just kicked that off. In fact, we had a launch call about that this morning. So we're really excited to start helping to encourage more women, young women to enter STEAM fields, which tend to have high-paying jobs and a great deal of career opportunity. Innovation Academy, I mentioned, we've recruited 12 board companies. And we've also partnered with the city's economic development team on its educational collaborative to foster discussion between industry and local schools about workforce needs and curriculum response. And then we also helped to build Alpharetta's brand as well. You can see just year to date the stats on the PR. We've been keeping very busy putting content out there. So 267 news articles mentioning Tech Alpharetta in the first quarter, 190 social media posts, 19 blogs, 6 speaking engagements by us, 4 press releases, 3 podcasts, and 2 spotlight videos. And I invite you all to check out the podcast series. You can look at that on our blogs page anytime. Financial update, I will turn that over to Paul Nagrowski, our treasurer.
Hello, good evening. My name is Paul Nagrowski. I am CFO of Siemens Industrial Applications Business for the Americas. I've been working in finance in various functions for about 18 years, and I've had the pleasure of being the treasurer for Tech Alpharetta for the past 2-3 years, something like that. This is probably the least complex financial slide I've ever presented, so I'll leave you all to read it for yourself. You know, the key point that I would make here is that last year, a little more than a year ago, 14, 15 months ago, Karen and I had a very serious conversation because I was very concerned for the future of the organization with the pandemic. What would happen to the tenants? What would happen to the sponsors? And I am really quite amazed at the results that she, to be honest, has achieved in recruiting new organizations to be sponsors, and to keeping the center full with tenants. We probably shouldn't call them tenants, but they are members of the center, which do pay rent. I think it creates a circular economy where while there is an investment from the city, it also ultimately pays dividends to the city through residents that live here, that work here, and then hopefully companies that choose to locate here and pay taxes and create this further generation of revenue. So at the end of the day, I mean, I do personally strongly believe that an investment in Tech Alpharetta is a wise use of the city's funds and an investment in the future of the city as well. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
And lastly, I just wanted to leave you all with this visual of, you know, February 2017 when we came in the door to start growing this organization. The city was our sole sponsor, great sponsor, but our sole sponsor, versus today, the graph on the right where you can see our list of sponsor companies, which continues to grow today. So we have a tremendous amount of support from our board companies, the tech community, and the business community as a whole. We're really excited about the future.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
So we're just here to respectfully ask that council renew our funding for the coming fiscal year in the amount of $95,000, and to thank you all for your support to date.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions?
I don't think anybody had any questions.
And we also have two of our other board members present here today to give comment as well, if that's okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Hello, folks. How are you? Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council. You guys have seen me before. We continue to grow. 2021, we were one of the top 100 fastest growing private companies in Atlanta. We also just won an innovation award for the most innovative product in payments across the entire US. We are adding a lot of staff here as well as globally. We will be approaching about 50 headcount. And then from there, we plan on adding a lot. But of course, our journey started at Tech Alpharetta. So they're doing amazing work. And I'm just here to support all the work that the whole group is doing and Karen's doing. So, and Dale, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations on your growth.
Good evening. My name is Ken Kurzweil. I'm a Vice President of Technology with LexisNexis Risk Solutions. We're located on Windward Parkway. We employ about 1,500 people here in Alpharetta. I've been on the Tech Alpharetta board for the last 2 years or so, and just wanted to come and speak a little bit about our company's experience and how valuable Tech Alpharetta has been. So, as Karen mentioned, the incubator, the startup companies, just tremendous advancements in terms of the different industries that we see coming through. As an established company like LexisNexis, we work very closely with Tech Alpharetta and working with the startups. Actually, Adwade, who just spoke here, we worked very closely with his company and actually provided them with their big data platform that they run their whole business on. And so we have a really good synergistic relationship with the startup that came out of Tech Alpharetta. Now he's helping us in introducing us to some companies that we might not have gone after, some smaller financial institutions. So it's been a really good win-win relationship. We regularly review different startups that are coming through Tech Alpharetta in the incubator to see are there opportunities where LexisNexis could help them out or they could help us out. The other aspect I'll just speak about is the aspect of community that's built through Tech Alpharetta. Karen had the slide up there with all the events that we have on a weekly basis, just some really great topics. And you would have thought with the pandemic that those events might have slowed down, but they've actually increased. Got tremendous attendance, participation, really cool topics, things like cryptocurrency, cybersecurity, autonomous driving, things that are just really of interest, not only to the technology community in Alpharetta, but just to people in general. So I think Tech Alpharetta just builds a real great community. We have a lot of great technology companies here in Alpharetta. And for me and myself representing LexisNexis, it's a great way to connect with my peers and stay in touch with what's going on. And for companies that are already here, I think it's a draw to stay here. And for companies that are thinking about relocating, I think Tech Alpharetta has a lot to offer in terms of just a great organization and community. So just wanted to say a few words.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Yep.
And just because I don't want to forget, I know we had a conversation a couple of weeks ago about internship opportunities with LexisNexis, and Ms. Cashin and I actually just met with some representatives from Georgia Southern last week to discuss bringing them up here and allowing some of their students to serve as interns and potential applicants. Just wanted to pass that along because I'd forget to tell you otherwise. Do we have any other questions from council? Thank you, everyone. Ms. Cobb, do we have any public comment cards on this item?
We do not, sir.
But if there's anyone here that hasn't spoken and would like to at this point, now's your opportunity to come forward and speak on the agreement with Tech Alpharetta. Seeing no one, we will close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a motion to approve the renewal agreement in an amount of $95,000 between the City of Alpharetta for the express purpose of sending that to the Development Authority to renew the agreement for the next fiscal year.
We have a motion by Councilman Burnett and a second by Councilwoman Richard, and that was to recommend approval of Tech Alpharetta agreement renewal in the amount up to $95,000 for the next fiscal year and authorization of the mayor to execute all necessary documents. Do we have any comments? I'll just say one other thing. I do think you're doing a tremendous job, and it reminded me once again a little housekeeping. Last week, because of your efforts and a lot of other things I'm sure that we've been doing in economic development, I believe Councilman Burnett and I and Councilman Binder were all hit up on Twitter by a gentleman named Mr. Allen from Bean Invest, who I don't know if you're familiar with that startup, but I believe he was the CEO of a startup called Bean Invest that is, I believe, an Atlanta company, financial startup. And he told us that he's considering Miami and Alpharetta. Those are the only two locations he's considering for his company. And he wanted some information. I believe Councilman Burnett responded with some contact. So if you're not aware of him or in touch with him, I don't have any other information other than his Twitter handle, but I'll be glad to try to help you reach out to him because I'd love for you to make contact if you could.
Yeah, that sounds great, and I love the fact that we're in contention with the city of Miami.
Not bad company, not bad company. We've come a long way, and thank you for your efforts on that. So that being said, all those in favor of the motion to approve, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass unanimously. Thank you. Congratulations. So we go from Tech Alpharetta to item number 2 on new business, and that's playground replacement at North Park Softball Complex, RFP 21-107.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just need to plug in real quick here. So, as everybody knows, fun is timeless. In case you didn't know that, I'll go ahead and say it again. Fun is timeless. Unfortunately, playgrounds are not timeless. But thanks to the council, we have a playground replacement program where we're replacing our playgrounds as they need to. And now it has come time in this budget year that we're going to replace the playground at North Park, located near the softball fields. I think it's working, James. Yeah, I just got it blacked out because I'm going for the wow factor. So, so the playground at the North Park at the softball fields is 25 years old. It's basically a very tired playground. It doesn't look like it's any fun, and we can't get any replacement parts for it because it's 25 years old. So it was time for us to replace it. We put together an RFP. We had 7 companies that were interested in having their playground here in Alpharetta. We had a committee. We judged them on 6 different criteria, and we had the winner was playtime. And this is a picture of the playground. Uh-oh. So much for the wow factor. Wow. There. Wow. Wow. So we know that there's some things that all kids like to do. All kids like to run. All kids like to swing. All kids like to slide. And all kids like to climb. And that's basically why this playground came out on top of all the others, because there's more opportunities in here for those. You can see the swing bank on the left. There are some regular slides, and then there are slides that are adaptive and slides for small children as well. In the back, under the light blue umbrella, that's our our under 5 playground, and then the main one is for our 6 to 12. So there are 6 opportunities for kids to slide, 4 opportunities for them to swing, and all kind of opportunities for them to run and climb. So we would like to make the recommendation that we replace the North Park playground with Playcore. I'm sorry, Playcore. Not to exceed $70,000 is our request. Be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from council? Great job. No questions. Ms. Cobb, do we have any public comment cards on this item?
We do not, sir.
But if anyone would like to come forward, speak on the replacement of the playground equipment in North Park, now's your chance. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to offer a motion tonight. Motion to approve the playground replacement at North Park Softball Complex at a tune of not to exceed $70,000 and authorize the mayor to execute all necessary documents. That would be RFP 21-107.
We have a motion by Councilman Merkel and a second by Councilman Binder, and that was to approve RFP 21-107 to Dominica Recreation Playcore Wisconsin DBA Game Time, contract to install playground equipment at North Park Softball Complex for the amount not to exceed $70,000 and authorize the mayor to execute all necessary documents. Any discussion? All those in favor, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote no. And it does pass unanimously. Next item up on the agenda is the intergovernmental agreement with Fulton County for election services. Ms. Cobb, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item I have before you tonight is regarding the November municipal election. Staff is seeking approval of an IGA with Fulton County for election services in the amount of $138,102. Fulton County will handle all aspects of the November 2nd election with the exception of qualifying, which will take place August 16th through August 20th and will be handled by the clerk's office. This agreement also includes 3 weeks of early voting, which will take place October 11th through October 29th at the Alpharetta Library. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Do we have any questions from council at this time? Ms. Cobb, if you don't mind, could you elaborate a little? I know between the last time we had discussed this a couple of weeks ago when we originally had it on the agenda, you had reached out to Fulton County to get some assurances about the voter rolls, that they were doing a good job of keeping those up to date and stuff. So if you don't mind just updating the public and the council on that.
So there's quite a few things that Fulton County does to make sure that the voters list is accurate and that the people that are voting in Alpharetta do reside in Alpharetta and are still eligible to vote. Currently with the new Senate bill, the Secretary of State is going to partner with other states to obtain information. When a resident moves and registers in that state, they send that information to Fulton County. So Fulton County can update the list. The Secretary of State also runs the National Change of Address Confirmation process. That process is matched with Fulton County's list as well. So if people change their address through the Department of Driver Services, then Fulton County can make sure that they update that information as well. So they actually do a process every odd year to verify everybody on that list. They also get a list from the Secretary of State's office with obituaries and things like that. They also, obviously, non-citizens are checked upon completion of the registration, and anybody that's registered at like a P.O. box is sent a letter to verify that, you know, you have to have an actual residence. So not only does Fulton County do all that, they send us a list, and me with the help of our IT team, they run a geocoding process, which makes sure that every address on that list is an actual residence. So it's not a blank lot or an empty lot or an HOA clubhouse, something like that. So all these things are done, and from after talking with Fulton County for the last couple weeks, going back and forth, they assured us that the voters list is as clean as it's ever been right now.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
I understand that one of the political groups had uncovered over 1,500 votes in the last election just in Fulton County of folks who did not live within the county. Are they addressing that specifically? Because I know there's a lawsuit involved and things like that. So what's being done concerning that?
They did say that this last year they removed about 40,000 people from the list because of discrepancies.
After the election?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Binder.
I may have missed it when my chair was falling apart, but did you talk about are there any precinct changes that are happening for us? And then I understand the county's taking care of maybe making sure people go, but what we can do for city communications to make sure everyone's in the right precinct?
I haven't received that list yet, but I did read in the new Senate bill the different things that they're doing. I know in 2019 when we had a couple precinct changes, there wasn't any type of letter on the actual building where you used to be able to vote. So if you didn't receive your letter in the mail letting you know that your precinct has changed and you showed up at that location, there wasn't anything saying where to go. So that's all going to change this year. And once we get that list, we can put that out as soon as possible.
Yeah, and maybe like on social media for people like me that aren't the best on opening all the mail to say, hey, check. You may want to check to make sure your precinct is the same or has changed. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Thank you for your efforts. I do appreciate that. Now, do you know if anyone else submitted a public comment card on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, well, thank you. But if anyone would like to come forward and speak on this matter, now's your chance. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I would offer a motion to approve an integrated agreement, IGA, between Fulton County and the City of Alpharetta for the provision of election services for the 2021 municipal election in the amount of $138,102.
We have a motion by Councilman Merkel and a second by Councilman Binder. And that was for the IGA between Fulton County and the City of Alpharetta for election services for the 2021 municipal election in an amount not to exceed $138,102. If there's no discussion, all those in favor, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote no. And it does pass unanimously. So that'll wrap up that item, and we'll move on to the final item under new business this evening, and that is the resolution authorizing Fulton County Department of Registration and Elections to conduct the City of Alpharetta's November 2nd, 2021 general election. Ms. Cobb, you have the floor again.
Thank you, Mayor Gillivan. In conjunction with the IGA for Election Services, the county requires a resolution to be adopted to formalize the intent with the county to conduct our 2021 municipal election. Staff is asking that council adopt a resolution to authorize Fulton County Department of Registration and Elections to conduct the city's November 2nd, 2021 municipal election. And I can answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Ms. Cobb on this item? Thank you. You know if there was anybody that submitted a public comment card on this item?
No, sir.
There is a resolution to read.
Thank you, Sam. I didn't mean to cut you out of the process here. Our city attorney, Sam Thomas, please read the resolution.
A resolution to authorize the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections to conduct the City of Alpharetta's November 2, 2021 general election, to authorize the city to enter into a contract with Fulton County for such purposes and for other purposes. Whereas the City of Alpharetta is required to hold a nonpartisan general election on the second day of November 2021 to elect 3 members of the City Council, posts 1, 2, and 3, for a full 4-year term each. And whereas by this resolution, the council desires to authorize the Fulton County Board of Registration of Elections to conduct this general election and to authorize the mayor to enter into a contract with Fulton County for such purposes. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the council, and it is hereby resolved, that the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections shall conduct the general election of November 2, 2021, and is hereby appointed as the election superintendent to perform all duties of the election superintendent with the exception of the publication of the election and the obtaining of pre-clearance of the election pursuant to Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965 if required. And it is further resolved that the mayor and such other city officials as are necessary are authorized to enter into and execute on behalf of the city a contract with Fulton County for the conduct of the election, which contract was presented at the May 3, 2021 council meeting and approved in the minutes.
Thanks, sir. Now, if there's anyone that would like to come forward and speak on this item, now's your opportunity. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion to approve a resolution authorizing Fulton County Department of Registration and Elections to conduct the City of Alpharetta's November 2nd, 2021 general election.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Merkel and a second by Councilwoman Richard, and that was to approve the resolution authorizing Fulton County Department of Registration and Elections to conduct the City of Alpharetta's November 2nd, 2021 general election. Any discussion? All those in favor, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass unanimously. So that'll wrap up the new business portion of tonight's meeting. Move on to the workshops. First workshop is the presentation and discussion recommended fiscal year 2022 budget operations and capital. Director Harris will have this. If we could, I'll do just a quick introduction since it's titled the Mayor's Recommended Budget. I just want to explain how we got to this point. I think it's been a good collaborative process. We came through our retreat back in January, and the good news was, at least in my opinion, that we came out of that retreat and had a really good idea of what our priorities were. We had identified a lot of deferred maintenance, we'll call it, infrastructure things that perhaps had not had the investments over the years it needed. We identified those as being top priorities, such as stormwater, milling and resurfacing, sidewalk repairs, issues with drainage, things like that. And so we had that as a top priority, and we also had identifying the potential for a bond issue as a priority coming out of that retreat. So I sat down with staff and members of our council, including Councilman Binder as the liaison to finance, to try to sort through all of that. And based on that, I just basically took the marching orders that I heard coming out of that retreat and tried to prioritize them to address those concerns. I think the budget that Tom has put together is pretty good in doing that. And I'll allow Mr. Harris to take over at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. I think a lot of those points we're going to make tonight is how this is a progression from the retreat. But before we go there, this, I think, 20-something pages on this. If you don't mind, just entertain me for a minute. Maybe we could consider not going over the presentation. Imagine this in blue, and simply, if it was good enough for some other CFO earlier, maybe it's good enough for me. The budget is balanced, okay? So if that's enough, we could end it here, or do you really want me to go through the presentation? I'll go through the presentation.
No, this is government. We're not Siemens.
Okay with that. I made Sean very nervous, by the way, just bringing that up. But the budget process recap was we're going to talk briefly about, and then get into some of the overreaching budget concepts that are in this budget specifically, and also just the state of where we are in this budget, given the COVID and everything. And then we'll drive into the citywide budget, et cetera, and get into the thing. So anyways, it's the year of 2 retreats. I think maybe we've had them back, but these were very intense retreats because we were coming off a hopefully once in a lifetime major event that was COVID and its effects on our revenue stream. And we'll talk about in a minute. That was, obviously sizable numbers, upwards towards 8 million, depending on how you look at it, of revenue loss. Then we worked, after those retreats, we carried a lot of those concepts out to the budgets and departments. We developed the budgets, and then, as the mayor said, has his recommended budget was posted on OpenGov on the 26th. So some of the overarching strategic budget concepts, we talk about this every year. Obviously, we want to maintain a competitive tax rate. And you can see across the top, we always break it into the chart between blue and red, the blue being the operating millage rate, the red being the debt millage, and you can get an idea of what happened with the debt millage. Let's say between 2016 and 2017, it jumped up because we had a large park bond that year. So that just tells you how the debt millage sort of rolls, and then the operating millage rate. But this year's budget is balanced at 5.75 mils. The next chart, you've pretty much, I think, become accustomed to, that unlike a lot of our neighboring cities, we provide a sizable homestead exemption. So when you look at that to the average taxpayer, homesteaded taxpayer, how does that shake out based on a $450,000 average home value? Where would that put us if we did not have that homestead exemption, but we're comparing apples to apples with just a millage rate? On average, that would put us under the operations, at least number 1, and somewhere in the middle under a total millage rate. Again, that's reflective of where you are in your maturity of your infrastructure needs and your capital assets and the things that the public is demanding you bring forward. But nothing new there, nothing new in this budget, but we are balanced with the constant millage rate. And we will get into the detail of the budget, but again, just high level on some of the concepts of the overall budget. It's also focused on homeowner tax savings, and I just bring this up because, again, that we are a leader in that statewide as far as what we offer. Now, all of them now have some sort of floating homestead around us, all the entities. That has provided, in the past year, estimate is $2 million annual from that floating homestead exemption. The basic homestead of $45,000, it's to about 13,000 homesteaded properties in the city. That's about 2.8 million in tax savings. And then it's less amounts for the senior, which we did, remember, we removed the, there was a 15,000, and then to get to 10,000 for somebody that's a senior, they had to have income, meet income eligibilities. We removed that, so it's 25 all in for the senior. And then there's a senior full exemption if you meet certain income requirements and you're 70. So those are lesser amounts, but again, overall, $5 million in property tax savings revenues for our residents, for our homestead properties. Next, you know, we always want to maintain the service delivery standards that the public has gotten accustomed to. So on slide 7, we got to keep in mind we're trying to do that while we lost $8 million in revenue. So, you know, I probably should have started with this instead of my silly little humor. The departments.
You call that humor?
Good point. The department heads specifically, but under the direction of the council, ever since March of last year, what we've had to do to be able to continue to try to deliver good standards, and that despite an $8 million loss, I think is just, it's really it's hats off to everybody that we were able to do that. And again, back to that, even prior to the retreat, we knew we were facing, to maintain that service level, you got to get, if a ladder truck is leaving us, then we need to do something about how do we maintain that service level of what that ladder truck was providing. So we all worked together the last 2 years and worked on, it should be a Quint, which is a vehicle that has a pumper. We replaced one of our pumper with a Quint, so it can act like a pumper, put out a fire, and it also has a ladder capability, aerial capability. So, but that needs bodies. So those bodies are 6 people instead of which would have been 12 under a normal ladder truck deployment. So we were able to get the same service done, but let's look at hiring 6, and this budget has those 6 in there. And we talked about the DEA over the times, that revenue source for forfeiture items, DEA items, whatever word you want to use when we do joint task force and collect revenues from the bad guys. Those dollars have sort of fallen off a little bit. So the 3 bodies that were in that fund since 2013, I believe, needed to eventually get absorbed in the general fund. So we were able to get that in despite this revenue loss. We also mid-year added economic development director. So we were able to get that in. So next I'm moving on to how do we know our quality, that we have good quality personnel, you know, and really I can't judge morale at this point, but it's good to know that we've done the public safety comp plan in 2019. We finished the Evergreen Classic Comp. We are looking at our merit review, the structure and the process about how we provide that actual merit. But the 2022 budget does have a 3% merit program in there. Next is a slide on M&O, because that's, you know, other than the personnel, then the departments have sort of the dollars of which they carry out their own initiatives. Not talking about capital, this is just, and not talking personnel, this is the, you know, fuel cost and all the other stuff, travel, training, supplies, everything. So I'll go to the right first, or the red you see between 21 budget and the 22 budget. I'm sorry, from the 20 budget to the 21 budget, we cut $745,000. Net, we cut, again, we were facing COVID. We went in, took a lot of low-hanging fruit departments. Certainly they're going to feel the squeeze, but we did that as part of the budget we're in today. We had some other things. We didn't have election that year, the year we're in today, so that saved us. But we did give certain departments some monies. We actually had to increase the utilities, right-of-way, park maintenance, et cetera, for about $500,000 in isolated places we needed to put it. So that's the current budget that we're in today as we faced going into fiscal year 21. The next year, we cut another $260,000 net. We reduced a little bit more in the M&O budget. We had to pick up election costs, and then we picked up more money again for utilities, right-of-way, park maintenance, and software. Just some of those things that are driving up the cost. So now I want to stand back a second and say, okay, so let's look at the numbers on the left. I was accused that we should have done bar charts, but I think this is okay. Sean, starts with the left hand telling you what those dollar amounts were. So budget is always one thing and then actuals is something else. And obviously we want to finish better than budget because that's how we come up with our savings account and come up with excess fund balance so we can fund capital. But you never know. You budgeted them in that year 15. We budgeted more than that. In 2019, they spent 15.3. And the only reason I show this is because in 20, we spent 15.1 for those light items. And now you get into these budget numbers that seem, relatively high. I mean, they look high. So I think we have the absorption in those numbers still, not to take any more, but that the pressure, yes, there's anytime you cut departments' budgets, there's pressure. But I think on our spend, there's still wiggle room there based on the spend. For example, down below, we said this year's spend for 21 in M&O is close to $15 million. So we still have that gap in that budget. We want that gap, don't get me wrong. We can't push the budgets to the absolute zero mark because then if we don't get it, we don't get anything dropping to the bottom line either. But it's an art. We can't tell them, figure out exactly where it's all going to fall. But, I think here it demonstrates that certainly departments have pulled together, figured out the things they could get rid of. Most of their tier 1 cuts were their recommendations. We may have to drive those up in the future by, we have CPI and stuff like that. And we may have to take a look at those isolated cases. I know in this year, we returned a lot of travel and training back to public safety. We specifically knew that there would be hard pressure on some of them on some of the travel and training. So that's all. It's just meant to show you historically what we've spent, what this budget has in it, and how we got there. The next page is on that other aspect now. The last one, personnel we talked about M&O. Now you have capital, maintaining your assets and your infrastructure, the stuff you already own. How do we maintain that? And we've talked historically over the years, and I think at the retreat we showed the spend that we've spent. This is more from a budget standpoint. But it's plus or minus $10 million the way we think. Now, obviously, we're going to find out more because in the plan document, we do, in the capital initiative, we have a stormwater study, and that purpose of that study is to take a look at all the stormwater assets and try to determine whether or not what is that annual amount we need to be trying to keep up with stormwater. But $10 million, milling and resurfacing, stormwater fleet, equipment replacement, occasional turf field replacements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, traffic light stuff, traffic calming stuff. This is what we've budgeted in each of those years. So they bounce around a little bit depending on the fund balance and all that, but that's the budget. This year's budget, from a spend standpoint, from what we're going to be able to do to maintain our infrastructure, there's 16.7. Now we'll get into a little bit what makes up that number a little bit later, because about 8 million, I think, is the Recovery Act dollars. Rescue Act, sorry. So again, I'm just trying to stress here, the budget this year is going to keep up with, in theory, the asset maintenance of our assets. Again, remember where we want to get that from, though, is 50% from fund balance and 50% from a line item. So we'll talk about that in a minute. So now I'm stepping back from all that and saying, okay, so what is in this budget? And we've touched on some of them, that it may be a structural budget integrity issue or something where there's a pressure or something. And there always is pressure in every budget, but does anything stand out specifically? I think on the personnel, as we projected out, same as we did at the retreat when we talked about, and we're going to show those numbers in a minute, how we talked about trying to get recurring, if you remember, back up, that line item for recurring. We did some presentations on that, and we did that based on projections of revenue and expenses for future years. So looking out in the future from a personnel standpoint, our plan would naturally assume that over the next 3 to 4 years, there may be some pressure to put 3-4 positions back into play or new positions into play. Based on reasonable projections, we think in our projections we could cover that. But you got to look at the whole list I'm going to tell you we're going to cover. The M&O, same thing. We're going to, like I said earlier, bump it by CPI in our out years. Based on reasonable projections, we can cover the CPI. We can bring some numbers back in as departments possibly are feeling a little bit more specific strain on M&O. Now capital, the next slide, slide 11, this is where we start seeing one very good news on the top part of it, capital preservation. Said it again, how are we preserving our capital? We have $16 million in this budget to go between the general fund and American Rescue. So from a standpoint of putting monies into maintaining that the assets don't fall behind in keeping up, this budget more than does that 10 million, more than exceeds that goal limit of 10 million. And again, because of some of it is the Rescue Act, but still the actual spend is going to keep you from falling behind. The next line is, okay, but we know that there's we talked about this at the retreat, and we'll show the next slide, will show that. The issue from an integrity standpoint on this budget, and it was there during both retreats, especially at the one in January, is that the line item that we budget had historically budgeted for funding, making a commitment to keep up with capital. Again, $10 million in needs. Fund balance, because we're conservative budgeting, should drop $5 million or so, somewhere around that, because it's about 8% or 7-8% of the budget. Mostly usually on the revenue side, some on the expenditure side. So the other 5, we tried over the years, we've historically gotten that up as a line item in the budget. Then you got to grow it by CPI. But it should be just as important as having supplies or having anything else, because it's paying for fleet, it's paying for milling reserves. It's helping pay for that, I should say, because between the two funds, it creates 10 million. So where's the rub? That number was 4.5, 4.8, 2021. We had no option. COVID hit. COVID took that number down. It was either that or get out of the business in a lot of across the board. And departments already made cuts as well. But that brought that number down. But I think as we showed at the retreat, we spent last year a lot of money on maintaining capital preservation. We have a historical record even last year because we found monies in our pocket. We took some other projects, moved it around. Capital preservation in this year's budget, and we'll talk about the future, looks good. The line item does not look good. That you got to eventually get that $1,650,000 to a $5 million number over some reasonable plan. And that plan at the retreat was by 2025, I believe, by adding $1.5 million a year, we would get that number up. The original number, we'll show in a minute with that slide at the retreat, was that this year's budget would only have $1.5 million. The mayor brings back forward a budget. It has the Quint, it has the DEA, it has the economic development, and it beat that number. It put $1,650,000 in that line. Okay, so we're ahead of where we even thought it would be $1.5 million. But that is a rub. So I say, as we look in the future, we still think we can work that plan because we're doing better than that plan. We're going to bring that 1.65 to 5.5 by year 4. That's what we think, given the M&O, given the personnel I just mentioned, given all that, we could get all that done and get this done reasonable. Now, if there's another Quint 2 where, at year 1, we got to go hire 7, 10 people, then that changes that. And if we hit headwinds and a whole nother recession, that changes that. But a reasonable plan was, we didn't create COVID. COVID pulled this much money off the table. We primarily took it out of the capital line item. We need to set that goal. We set that goal. We exceeded that goal this year because we put $1,650,000 there. So the next slide sort of tries to take that into consideration of what we showed at the presentation, and I've made slight changes to that. But we had a capital funding forecast would say, look, we got to get $10 million a year. The blue is the fund balance. That is what, if you stay conservative budgeting year to year, even if things hit you, you still don't overestimate your revenues and you don't let everybody spend their budget, we can drop $5 million. So that really didn't change. There's a slight change to it, but this is more reflective of actual. There's $5 million. The green is what we're really talking about. We got to get the green back up to the days when it picked up the other 5. It picked up the remaining $5 million, but thanks to COVID, we don't have that revenue source anymore to provide that at 5 million unless you want to really go through and get really bottom line personnel would be the only thing left. So the plan then at the retreat, pre-Rescue Act money, pre-anything, was to bring that $1,650,000 up. Really, it was $1.5 million, but I'm going to put it down at the right number now. It's $1,650,000. Then it goes up $1.5 million every year thereafter to 2025. In fact, in 2025, it doesn't need a full $1.5 million to get that 5.5. Does that make sense? And how do I get that every year? That's on that same plan of revenues, expenses, personnel, a little bit of CPI, and surpluses because of the growth of some of these revenues that hopefully, we believe are coming back in our projections. We'll bring that number. The plan is, we believe it's a feasible plan, that it will bring that up, and by year 2025, we would meet the $10 million threshold, okay? What's come in since the budget, since that retreat, and it's overlaid in here, and all I'm showing here is that it provides you the little bit, it helps provide 16 million in this year. If you notice, it adds to 16 million. We put that number into play. And most of that's going to be recurring types things. And then you still have to play these other 8.5 and 4.8 for the full 21.8 million that the Rescue Act is going to provide. So that can help fill in first in these first 2 years, at least that gap to the 10 million that you didn't have prior to that. And then the rest of it there could, in essence, just smooths out the feeling that you should feel good from a structural budget integrity standpoint, that from keeping up your assets, maintaining your assets, not falling behind on milling, not falling behind on storm, not falling behind on sidewalks, at least from where you used to budget, should not fall behind. But you still structurally have to get that $1,650,000 up to $5 million. Our work is still cut out as we go forward to get a line, to up that every year in the budget. It's got to take priority over. It always can wrestle. This year we got an economic development director. Somebody thought that's more important than getting the $1.5 million quicker up to 5.5. That's what you guys make those decisions for. But that's our goal. That was the same goal at the retreat, that we're going to bring that number up to that number. So that's basically the overview of just trying to give you the sort of the things that are in the budget and touch on some health of the budget, and what could be weak or not weak as we're finishing this budget and going forward. So I have to always introduce the pie chart, because you can't have a presentation without the pie chart. And the biggest piece of the pie is the general fund. So that's where we generally focus. But if I go around to the bottom left, you got the special revenue funds. Just a reminder, that's E911, about $4.7 million. Impact fee fund, we pretty much just budget cash basis what we got in that fund, which is $1.4 million. It's coming into play this year. And then as we get new dollars when buildings come on, we bring that forward. Hotel motel fund, that's $5.8 million. We're going to talk about the actual, that's the full 8 pennies, just to give you a feeling of where that is. That's 5.8. That number was heading towards 9.2 pre-COVID. So the hotel motel is the one that took the most. So next year's budget is about 60%. We're back to 60%. We got budget about 60% of pre-COVID. You go to the left more, you got debt service in green. That pays for your 2014 bond, which refunded the 2006 bond, I believe. Yeah, 2006 bond is really, those projects are still outstanding in a sense, but under a 2014 bond. We did the 2016, which was the 52 million, and we did the 2012, which was City Center, City Hall. So we still have 3 GO bonds that make up $5 million debt service. That stays level for the next 20 plus years. Capital project funds, that's where we take all the general fund monies that we're going to fund over in the capital project from our fund balance, and it goes over to the capital project funds. You have to spend the money under governmental accounting. It's best to spend them in what's called a capital project fund, not part of the general fund. You may accumulate the money in the general fund. You need to use a revenue source sometimes from the general fund, but you manage the projects over in the capital project funds. Enterprise fund, that's your sanitation fund. Remember, we are relying on $750,000. We bumped the rates up 10% to our residents, but we saw 25 from that. The RFP is going out tomorrow, or I think the first part of next week. We hope by August we'll be able to evaluate who's a sanitation contract, but that's just a side note. So other than that, that's pretty much it. The internal service funds is risk and medical insurance type funds that we internally run, and then we charge the departments. So the next slide, again, not much has really changed from the retreat. The big thing is we show a reduction in property taxes, and we're stepping out there. It's conservative, but we think we could be, because we're a high commercial, we have a high percentage of commercial real estate in the city, that given the COVID, I've tried to reach out to the county several times. I think they will in the next few weeks try to meet with me, at least give me some feel for what they're seeing. But we assumed we'd really get hammered, and that's conservative, we hope. We said a 20% reduction. That could be strong, but I'd also caution if it returns, we won't get the actual digest, I don't believe, until after the start of the year. If it turns out where it's not that amount, we just got to be cautious that sometimes they lag. Sometimes they'll drop it, but not drop it enough. They're going to get appealed. So it's really trying to get a feel for, does the 20 cover enough if it turns out better? Hopefully it is. Hopefully we don't see a 20% decrease. We are getting some upswing, obviously, from the residential side, but the home has to sell to pick that up, because if not, it's under Save Our Homes. I mean, I'm sorry, that's what it was called in Florida. We're under a floating homestead exemption, which keeps it at the lesser of 3% or CPI. So that number's the big hit. The other numbers, really, you can drop down the local option sales tax. That number, again, keep in mind that you can write down, this was $17.4 million. That's where we were running at it pre-COVID. I don't know if we would have budgeted that, because you always want to budget a little less, but we were running it. So I always try to, what are we going to get compared to that 17.4? We're running north of 85, probably 85 to 90%. So next year's budget's got it at right around 90% of that number at 15.7. Okay, if you do that math of 17.4. So it really didn't hit us quite as bad as one thought on the local option sales tax side. The rest of the numbers, ups, downs, some of them are just budget, you over budget, you under budget. They don't move the needle too much one way or the other way. The next is the hotel motel fund, and that's where, again, that number, this is our 3 pennies. Now, again, you got this fund over here that makes the 8 pennies. It records all the 8 pennies. Then it gives the ACVB 3.5. It keeps 1.5 pennies for the convention center bonds, and then it pays us our own funds, but we got to transfer the money. It comes into the general fund for us to use it for any general fund purposes. That's those 3 pennies. So that number used to be was running at $3,450,000 pre-COVID. And as you can see, next year we only can recommend $2,062,000. So it gets confusing because the hotel's doing much better. Much better. We're at 60%. We started the year, 15% of, 15% of the revenues they used to make in the summer compared to 100%. They were only making 15%. We're upwards towards 60% now of that revenue projection. But last year's budget was budgeted in the unknown world at 75%. So we're still not even getting back to last year's budget of $2,531,000. So from a budget standpoint, it takes a hit. So, but I don't want to confuse people. We are up, things are going well on the hotel side to get us up to 60% now. But we have to take that budget impact because we didn't have it correct last year. Next, we move on to personnel, high level. Expenditure comparison, high level. Personnel, 2% overall growth because we're picking up some savings on the additional 2 or 3 frozen positions for this year. And we were able to get our health insurance in at 0, no increase for our health insurance for our employees or for us through Cigna and through our broker. Which is pretty incredible. I think we've done pretty well the last few years. We've definitely had some years that are high, but we needed it this year. The M&O we talked a good little bit about. The capital lease, we are getting the Quint vehicle. That's the spread between a lease that we were paying on a fire pumper and the lease payment you gotta make now, because we turned that pumper in and got a Quint, which is a much bigger apparatus, much more expensive, so that 60,000 is that. Then, when we do the budget, I should have mentioned this on the page before, and I apologize. If you go back the slide, because I always want to make sure people are tracking this. On slide 15, down at the bottom, you'll see fund balance carry forward. That's a revenue to the general fund. So the general fund, once we finish a year, have our audited financial statements, and we put away our 21% emergency reserve, cover that current year's monies that are going into the budget for that year, then you have this amount that's greater than that, that's available for us to use for one-time capital. So that revenue comes in at 5.8 million as a revenue. So we're gonna spend it, but where are we gonna spend it? You can try it right over to this page. It goes out, 5.8 million in blue goes out to the capital project fund. We're transferring it from the general fund to the capital project, exactly well, it's really gonna go to a stormwater fund and the capital project funds, but it goes over to the capital project funds to be spent. So your money comes in from that excess fund balance or excess savings, your net worth that you feel good about, you can bring it in, use it. The next item is a line item that we're able to get in at $1,650,000. You know, that's that line item that needs to eventually get to 5. And that's being funded, how's that? That's not funded by fund balance, that's funded by the difference between revenue and expenses, and you try to build that up just like you do any other piece of your budget. So those $2 will go over into the capital project funds, we'll talk about in a minute. The general fund does have these recommended operating initiatives, biggest being the Quint and that. The 911 fund, make sure you read that, those 250,000 are being funded out of, that's a lease for those radios coming out of the $1.50 on our phone calls and Milton's $1 million+ payment they pay us for that fund. So we'll get a lease in that fund and keep us up on the portable radios. The other is too small, is HR and admin recruitment services. So those are recommended. The unfunded is attached there. We can talk about those, but I really wanted to make sure just on the capital side, I finished the discussion sort of what we're doing on the capital side. So when you get to the capital slide, you can, if you got these dollars in each fund, which is, well, first across the top, you got your general capital project fund, you have a stormwater capital fund, T-SPLOS fund. We've created a new American Rescue Act fund just because we think we're going to have to track what we spend it on, and we can move from these funds and move it to get it in the right place. But that's where the 10 first tranche is in there, and I apologize, we're going to, in the next budget, we're going to bring next revised budget. You know, if it's the will, I'll bring the other tranche 2 into the budget, but I just recommend it be reserved for right now until we know what specifically more what we're going to spend it on, but we should get that money by the end of the year. But anyways, impact fee fund, 911 fund, in those funds, they could have their own respective sort of available fund balance, you know, or non-allocated dollars, and that's what that top list does. Then the general fund's going to transfer, like we said, if you go all the way to the right, it's going to fund those 2 millions, 1,650,000 and 5,836,000. They just get deposited in the stormwater fund and that. Does that make sense? You know, that's how we fund these things. And then other than that, you know, I can try to go through each one. You just got the American Rescue Act fund, T-SPLOS, stormwater, get it all done. If you take the capital project fund, at the end of the day, that will have, if you left all these capital projects that we're recommending and not changing or adding on, you'd have $1.4 million and unallocated in that account. You have $2 million of the American Rescue unallocated, and that's about it. And the details in the following pages and et cetera, and we can discuss, and then we'll work the calendar. That's pretty much all I got. Much more than a little presentation.
Well, congratulations, Tom. I don't know that you've ever gotten through your presentation without questions. So that's an accomplishment in and of itself.
I heard them when they were doing this.
But now, I'm assuming that we may have some questions for Director Harris. Does any council members have a question for Tom? Councilman Burnett.
Tom, thank you. Strategically, I see, and I think that it was, so Wills Park lights, the bathrooms at Wills Park and the North Park bathrooms total $1.8 million. Could they be included in a parks bond?
Yes, I think the question is a lot of those are upgrades or renovations, and it's just whether or not, are they?
25-year assets?
Yeah, it's just whether or not you feel like.
So my
if they're pitted against something else that is an improvement, I'd probably rather have the bond do the improvement and not do a maintenance type thing. But we're, you know, right now it's slated for those, I think, to come out of the Recovery Act.
Well, Wacky World's not nearly as bad as the one at North Park probably needed to be blown up 10 years ago. So it's just strategically, and I think that you could use that if you were to put it in a bond and free up $1.8 million, because I see in the $176,000 for Lucas chest compression system devices. I think anybody that's ever done CPR will know that that is exhausting, and it's also dangerous. I think that that's something that deserves to be on a budgeted list. You know, I'm not too biggie because there's a lot of time here, but there's $510,000 in stormwater fee studies between a couple of parts of town that need to be done. $250 for Meadowbrook Hills drainage improvements and $260 for Milton Estates. I would like to see those. Telling y'all as well as telling my feelings with the rest of council. And I think the $25,000 for a search firm is probably light. And I would like to see the Stories project at $30,000 in there because some of our older residents are not getting any younger. That's all I got for tonight. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Hypes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Harris, I just had a couple of questions going through the slide. I was just putting some question marks and flagging pages. So on page 10 about future staffing levels, couple of these questions are geared towards, is this natural growth that you're anticipating on staffing levels, or is this replacing open slots and getting us back to where we would have been?
I look at it, in my opinion, it's just every year now, just like anything, every department's going to have to defend what position they may or may not need. So I'm not in here saying that that what I'm projecting in here is tied to any specific of the vacant positions. I certainly don't believe that there's pressure on us to replace all those positions. Certainly don't. I believe departments have made adjustments. I think some have more, some haven't, and we'll need to have some of them. So I think it's a combination that my projections right now project we can make this work and build that capital program if we reasonably move forward at 3 to 4 positions, maybe 5. Not going to hang up on one position back into the budget.
Well, and I'm trying to understand your thought process, and that is, as the city grows, we're a bigger city than we were. I think go to Wikipedia, we were 30,000 people in I think the year 2000. I think we were 13,000 in 1990. So, we're going to be over 70,000 whenever the next census comes. So as we grow, is this a projection of just keeping up with the growth?
Yeah, basically, yes.
Okay. And there are open positions like an economic development director in addition to just growth?
Correct. That's
Okay.
already in there, correct.
All right. So I'm trying to understand your thinking as I was making some notes going through.
It's sort of similar to what we did after the 2012, sort of the same process to some extent. We had vacant positions, but we didn't immediately move back, et cetera. So,
If you have something to say, that's okay. On slide 12, and I don't know if you could put up slide 12, James. Thank you. The estimated 10 million, again, this is a similar question. Is 10 million a static number going into 2026, or as the city grows, will that $10 million actually be a larger number to keep pace with growth, additional maintenance responsibilities? We build new stuff, we got to take care of the new stuff.
at least CPI, so that's why we have it. We used to only fund 4.85, and by 25 we show it at 5.5. So we are bumping that up. We're north of that 10 million. But yes, you're correct. We really shouldn't. We're just showing that that's been the goal and what has changed or not changed with that goal. But it should grow by a minimum of CPI. But then it's constantly changing. There's two things. I'll be dead honest. When we get done with the study, we'll know whether stormwater, whether our 1.7 we've been funding every year for stormwater is got us behind or close, or do we need to bump that number? Then the 10 may go up north of that. Plus, just as we take on more parks or more assets, you will have a growth in that number as they come on board. So it's not a straight line. But we're hoping too at some of the growth that hopefully exceeds what my projections are on the growth.
Okay, staying on the topic of projections, on slide 15, we have the Hotel Motel Fund, which you said on a number of occasions is running currently about 60%, and at 60% of what, 2019?
No, literally the month before, the revenues as they would project out on an annualized basis 1 month before the COVID.
Okay.
And my 60% doesn't, for this perspective, doesn't care whether it's 10 more hotels or 3 less.
It's just revenues?
It's just revenue.
Okay. And that's what I wanted to explore for just a second in terms of where we're heading toward. So it's 60% of a high water mark, more or less, in terms of revenues?
Yeah, but I mean, it's where we expect it to be, yeah.
Now, in terms of our recovery, and assuming, things continue on a good pace, the upside is we can be north of a 100% number using that projection. So if we take our best month pre-COVID and we're 60% of that, and we add a Hilton hotel, we add a Hamilton hotel, and the economy recovers, we could potentially on the hotel motel tax be at 125% of.
Correct.
So
that is not in my projection at this point.
and I understand that's not that's not what's being projected, but that's certainly within.
It could be, and it's a reasonable discussion. It's just right now I don't know if we're there, but in the future it certainly would have that discussion.
On page 21, you, amongst other places, have the $10.5 million from the Rescue Act. I, for one, would appreciate a line entry somewhere that makes sense to you as the finance director of the other $10.5 million. Whereas I think we can all have discussions up here and appreciate that other 10.5 is out there. Our citizens may go online and this is available to them. And I think they should know that there's another 10.5 million that's as equally likely or unlikely to come to the city as this 10.5 million is. Is that correct?
That's it.
And so I personally, just from a disclosure point of view, it can be non-allocated reserve, but I think it needs to be reflected in here somewhere and be part of the framework of any discussion that we have, my personal opinion.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to clarify, do you have any idea when that payment would be received?
I'll be honest, I've not re-researched that. I think it's 1 year from when you get your money. I don't know if it's through the state. Ours comes through the state, so there's a 30 or 90-day delay or something. Yeah. So
that's fine. The only reason I bring it up is because it'll be a challenge to put it into the fiscal year budget if we don't know Because it may throw off our numbers if we include it and we don't receive it in the fiscal year budget.
We receive it in 2 payments?
Correct. It's just that we're May 3rd now, we haven't received our first. If we can get our first one in the next few weeks, I'll feel more like I can bring that 10 in, because it's 1 year from now. I think that's what the mayor said. Either way, it's going to, going back to your point.
I'm not chomping at the bit to spend it and line item it out, as opposed to just showing it with an understanding of what it represents.
It would be reserved, and we have process by which you can't spend it if it's reserved from there. We'll make sure.
And to Councilman Burnett's ask on one of the items, the Lucas system is something of importance. I understand from Director Robinson that it's other jurisdictions have that available to them. It would be a great asset to our city, but I also understand that there is some potential for grant funding that's in the works.
We did seek that. It may be that it's moved on without being in place for that earmarking, so they may have moved on, and they did put in the $250,000 for the facility fire. Yeah. So
I
think this one is not. It doesn't sound like it's going to be funded under the earmarking. So if it will, we'll bring it.
If the potential for grant funding was a reason to wait and see, and if we're now at the point where we don't believe grant funding is coming forward, then I think that needs to be looked at. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
Thank you, Tom. That was a great overview of it. I am concerned about well, first of all, let me ask you, a bond, if we so choose to elect to do a bond and the council votes on it, we could also put the restrooms for the Wills Park and the other park in that bond, could we not?
Well, first I want to answer the question from this budget doesn't include a bond. But if we're going to discuss the bond, which I know we're going to do in a minute, is where would I see that source of monies coming from potentially? Because we like to normally have that to be able
Well, that would be an immediate capital expenditure, and I'm wondering if that could not be put into a bond reserve fund that we could.
You can come up with any list you want. There's the magnitude of how much you could bond, and we have to have that discussion of how much do I reasonably believe you can or can't. So I don't have a problem with adding that to the bond, but we just need to have that discussion of how much should that bond be, what size should it be.
And that's upcoming, I'm sure.
Right.
Also, ACVB, I know we're at 6.5. I know their former occupancy rate was at 72% prior to COVID. And we project that the hotels would continue to rise. That could also go toward a bond.
Those numbers are budgeted in there, what I believe they're going to make, and they balance our budget. So there's no excess surplus at this point.
At this point, but if they continue to rise, there is that possibility. Is that correct?
I think it's that plan for that to continue to rise, to get up to 100%, is part of what's helping us fund that we're going to be okay with maybe adding some people down the road, M&O, and all that. Because we lost so much revenues, we sort of need that to get back to the 100% mark. And again, when I don't look at, you hear occupancies, and I go with basically RevPAR. How much money am I making at every hotel every single night for 365 days? And that revenue is 60%, no matter if somebody says our occupancy's at 90, but your average daily rate went down.
Right.
At the end of the day, it's math. It's the RevPAR for every available room you got out there. And right now, that's generating 60%. Next year, we could hit a little north of that, but we would need that for our fund balance. We need that for everything else. I know I don't right now see it as the bond potential. I think if we ever get back to the point that you brought up, it had some potential years ago when we thought it was really going to take off and be well above what it currently is bonding right now, because it's committed to bond. Well, on the one side of it's committed to pay for the convention center. On our side, we need it to balance our budget. So I don't think it would really add much to the budget to the bond at this point.
Okay. A few other points. I agree with the CPR apparatus. I also agree with the Stories project at 30,000. And I am concerned about the fact that we do need, and I know you want to get the 5 million back, but I really think it's pertinent that at some point we get a planning position, especially a junior planning position. I'm personally comfortable with waiting 6 months and see how our revenues go and deal with that at midterm, but I wanted to put that out there. I also think we need, given the renovation of the park, the Fountain Park, which has the declining Christmas tree in it that's growing into the oak, and that eventually, sooner than later, it's pretty imminent, is going to have to come down because it's not healthy, that we need to invest in a city Christmas tree that can go up and come down over the Fountain Park so that it's right in the center of our town green. So, and I'd like to see that added to our capital list. All right. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Councilman Binder.
Tom, Allen, maybe you don't, like, just for the Christmas tree, what was that estimated? Or
It's estimated at 125,000.
Is that a real or artificial?
Artificial.
Is that the white flocking, or?
You can decide.
You meant a real tree versus artificial, not real number, artificial number.
I'm going for a layman's term.
Okay.
Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sam, this is for you as well. I know that at certain points, in certain ways, as a follow-up to the pro tem's question, the CVB, if a park or can a CVB dollar pay for a portion of a bond that encourages tourism or drives something to a destination? I don't know the answer to that. I'm literally asking. Even if it's $1.
I'm going to take a short answer first before Sam. That is what the 1.5 pennies that we currently pay convention center for. It pays for the convention center. If that grows in excess, and we have in the past, when it was excess of the debt service on that convention center in early years, we used it for pay-as-you-go park. It could potentially do a bond, but right now it's not even sufficient. It's barely paying next year to pay that convention center bond.
DCA discourages any CVV bond funds being used to fund a bond because it's related. Even though you can try to call anything marketing, if it's a bond to raise capital funds to do certain projects, where there's and so that money. It's their position that typically it cannot be for any capital improvement. It just has to be for marketing expenses.
Thank you.
That's the 3.5 pennies of the ACVB.
I didn't know the answer. I was just asking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Binder.
Just say, because it does start getting a little dangerous when we start asking, can this be in the bond or that? So I'm going to let the professionals answer the question. We're going through the project list right now for bonds and this, and just I think it's a good approach because we're trying to see what projects make sense, right? And then we'll say, okay, now which ones do we set priorities on? In your opinion, using general funds, having a general obligation bond like we've done in the past, and the projections you have, and you know the goals that we have with trying to get to that 10 on capital, personnel, maintenance, all that, putting that all in there. Is there a number that you feel comfortable with for a bond that you felt comfortable in the past giving? Because when we've started with the Parks bond, when I was here just starting, it started from, okay, Tom feels comfortable with this number, Bob feels comfortable with this number. Is there a number that you can get us so we can stop guessing or trying to figure out where we can get revenue sources for the bond?
Yeah, what I want to do is sort of, trying to think how to do this, point back to the structural integrity capital funding forecast. When over the months ago, I think, asked around a retreat, I usually want to try to point to a line item that could fund that bond, because it's always best to know, do we already have it basically at our disposal? So when we're sitting at the retreat, unless we're going to go into a whole another round of cuts, or something's crazy about my revenues, we're going to fly back, don't really have in this year's budget, or just looking at next year's budget, a line item for that. And the reason I come back to this chart is things slightly changed, at least in my view of what we could do when we got the Recovery Act dollars. Rescue or recovery? Which one? Rescue. Rescue, sorry. Come to my rescue right now. The rescue dollars is 21.8. That's that gold up there, you know. And so is there something in the budget? This plan was meant by 2025, you get those two numbers at the bottom, the green and the blue, north of 10 million. Now, again, we don't know we just don't have every asset in our city on some amortization schedule and saying we need to replace it this often. It's 10, 11, 12 million. We need to always try to keep our infrastructure going. But if our goal was that at the retreat, and now you have this money, if you said pull the first 165 or 15, any one of these years off the table to pay for something, and extend this plan 1 year out, just extend, you won't make it to 10 million based on original projections. We may go faster than this, but instead of being by 2025, you get that number at 10 million, you would be taking 1 year off the table to pay for a bond that stays level at that point at $1,650,000. So my concept is if the good of the group is, look, we have some dollars here that give us the ability to make sure we're maintaining our infrastructure. The plan, not to anything that we did, COVID hit us with a plan. You can't get that recurring unless we're going to go cut, like I said, get out of some business because of personnel anytime soon to get that recurring line item number up. It's going to take a 3-4 year window. It takes to 2025. But if you were to bond that $1,650,000 or something that about and added 1 more year to this plan, what does that do? That's a $29 million bond, $29.5 million bond, somewhere in that range. I don't get into the.
And let me clarify.
That's the
yeah.
concept behind
Right.
potentially a bond size, me pointing to a number.
And one thing I did want to clarify, we have a method by which the funds from the hotel motel tax are divided up, and we have certain unrestricted funds, and we could do what we want to do. You just pay anything in the budget that we wanted to do on that. The money that actually, and then there's the penny and a half that's designated, and then the funds that we actually pay over to the CVB. Those are the funds. Once they would not be allowed to fund a bond with those monies because it would not be for the marketing expenses, even though maybe a part can be construed as marketing, but it's really not. It's going.
I asked beforehand, not after.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you that answers the question on roughly how I came up with. If we work this plan, that was a COVID plan that we were going to try to get recurring to this number. I don't know where else to maybe necessarily, again, we could try to find it in the budget. I don't think it's really there in the budget per se, unless we go after things. Or the plan could be extended. Is that a reasonable amount? So if that was the case that we thought that's reasonable, that's the number. Didn't weigh in on, at the end of the day, hopefully the project list is something we truly believe is the list which is reasonable to bring forward to the public and let them vote on whether or not they want it.
The good thing based on that wonderful bar chart that you use, I like the bar charts, good job. But that it looks like it's an average of 14 million when our goal was 10 between the 5 years.
Right,
So
that's sort of.
we're in good shape because of the.
Spend 14 this year, you won't have, you could argue you don't need to, you're just going to overspend in the early years on some of your capital. You're not going to fall behind on capital replacement. The key is there's risk. We got to get this number up in our general fund budget. That's a fact. You add something that takes away from that, that's a risk to fund that bond. That adds risk there. It's weighing, does the public expect you to maintain your assets, do all that, and occasionally bring them something for improvements to assets? That's the policy decisions you guys make and the risk you're willing to take.
And then my final question is, and I didn't see a slide on it, but our debt service fund that we have, it's decreased over the years, and most recently the $300,000 savings because you refunded and got a favorable interest rate, right? But it looks like over since 2018 actual and the recommended budget, it's about a $500,000 difference. So where's that other $200,000 coming from in savings on our debt service?
I don't have the numbers right now, but the debt service generally is level. There can be occasional bumps, but it's pretty much level. It may have been a use of fund balance or something. What's that? The value drops and that, but as far as the expenditure side, the actual spend of the debt service is pretty flat.
So we can expect it to stay flat.
It stays flat. Now, the millage rate should drop.
Yep.
The millage rate necessary to bring this, let's say, is if somebody said do the 29, you're going to pay for it with the millage rate. So you're going to take that out of the general fund, the 1.650, move it over there, 0.3 something mils or something's going to get added to the 1.8 mils if and when you did that. And but that millage rate then, every year thereafter should drop if values go up because the debt service stayed the same. It's just mathematics that if the debt service stays the same, values go up, the millage rate associated with debt will go down.
Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the presentation, it's the first year in consecutive years where I've seen you had the operating millage rate and the debt service millage rate exactly the same. Can you talk through the strategy of why you did it that way? Because no other 2 years have that in common.
Because I have to balance.
Is that for a shortfall?
The values have fallen. We project the values to go down. And luckily, the debt service millage doesn't need an extra bump because debt service stayed the same. The values drop, you think it would. We had a little bit of fun, but we have a little bit of play in that. What's that? Yeah, fun. But we had a little bit of play in that number for this to ever happen. So you don't have to immediately ask the general fund to raise its millage rate just to stay alive. So we're just keeping it flat.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tom, I would also, if the Lucas chest compression we can't support that through a grant, I would certainly be supportive of looking at including that in our budget. Same with the junior planner for the community development group. I'm certainly appreciative of not looking at adding heads right now, but I think we need to take a serious look at that at least maybe in the next 6 months, especially given the amount of interaction and leadership community development is currently giving to the economic development area. So I'd like to have a further discussion on that. But I also, in regards to the North Point framework, we show that as not being supported for funding for $120,000. And I think that's something that we really need as a council to take another look at. North Point redevelopment has been a major priority for our council over the last several years. And the framework study, I think, is critical for guiding our redevelopment efforts. We've got over 900 acres there that are likely to be considered for redevelopment. So that's under the capital, under community development for $120,000.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
It's my understanding that $125,000 is in the North Point redevelopment plan could be done in-house, and perhaps this is a Kathy question, had there been a planner, transportation planner here that could address those issues. Is that correct? So we're dealing with 103 for a planner or less than that, and then 125 for an outside study. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor Pro Tem. So it's the focus for the planner would be a transportation planner. We don't currently have a transportation planner. Of course, we have a transportation engineer, but the focus would be to look at conceptual plans for large areas that are going to be redeveloped, as well as other small area plans, such as figuring out streetscape and sidewalk widths, lighting plans, things of that nature.
And would you say that is the most imminent need in the city, the North Point district?
For the
For
planner-
addressing,
For the
yes.
community development, yes, because we do see a lot of, redevelopment. We're looking at a lot of new plans. So it's important that we know the future grid of the roadway system and set up North Point, of course, similar to what you would have in a downtown where it's a grid system. So we want to make sure that we get that right to begin with and that we have short block sizes to make it walkable and, of course, attract the development that we want.
Thank you.
Councilman Richard.
Actually, Ms. Cook, don't go. Just following up on that, as far as a transportation planner is concerned, it would be able to obviously support the framework study, but in your overall budget, I think we've got a certain amount allotted for design studies, and I think $60,000. Would that particular planner also be able to impact that particular area as far as design studies, and could we see a decrease in that?
There would be a decrease because mostly the funding at that time would be used for the architect that's the expert in historic architecture. So we would be able to reduce that amount because right now, we would use consultant funds basically for streetscape review, could be a consultant that looks at parking management for downtown. So these are all programs that we would want the transportation planner to lead. Of course, they would still have to work with senior staff, but we would have that planner as the lead for these types of projects. And even lighting, I mean, we have a lot of questions about what lighting should be on the street, what the street sidewalk width should be. So this is something where they would have a master plan for the city that figures out what should the sidewalk width be. Do we have other trails that are going into the sidewalk? What makes sense capacity-wise so that we have that master plan?
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
Ms. Cook, I believe that is in the budget, in the approved budget, or the mayor's budget at $60,000. You say it could be reduced, but could it be reduced by half?
It could if we had a position in-house.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Councilman Binder.
Director Cook, or maybe I should ask Tom, I don't know, but just stay close. But for what you're asking about the study for North Point, and we've done a heck of a lot of studies and not a lot of shovels going on there. Can we use that fund, since it's for transportation, can we use it when and if we get approved for the TAD by the voters, rather than taking it from the general fund?
Councilman Binder, did you mean TAD?
Not TAD, the
T-SPOS?
T-SPLOS. I lost my acronyms. Thank you, sir.
That's fine. I didn't think voters had to approve a TAD, so I was just wondering.
Now you need to start over.
Can we use the North Point, that North Point study, the request, would it maybe be better to use that as part of the T-SPLOS, part of it, since it's all transportation? When and if.
Put it in the list, keep it in.
It's already in the list for North Point for a good amount, so wouldn't that be part of the T-SPLOS line item for North Point?
Yeah, I forget what dollar amount we have at the North Point Park, but I'm sure we can take a look at that.
I hate to do another study and not have.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Not do another shovels, but
we can look at seeing if it can be absorbed in that T-SPLOS line item for North Point.
Okay. And then, since we've been discussing the transportation planner, to be honest, what I'd like to know more, and I've discussed this with Bob, is just the relationship between community development and public works, and who's in charge of transportation planning. And then, is this a transportation planner that has pie in the sky plans, or would be responsible for the execution of it? Because sometimes there's a detachment on our conceptual visions of what we like and reality of how much funds we have and what kind of engineering it would take. So as we explore this topic more, which is worthwhile, I don't know if you've had discussions to say, okay, how this would relate from our concept to execution on a project, because I'd hate to have that detachment still that we see today. Has there been discussions on that?
Yes, and I agree with the statements that you're making, because right now there is a little bit of a disconnect, and this particular position would be the one that still has to go to, the Director of Public Works and get information and work with both sides and work with the teams to make sure that we have put together a comprehensive plan that's a master plan for the city.
I hope we can flush that out a little bit more, where I don't want
Absolutely.
your person handing conceptuals of this and then saying, okay, hand it to Pete, what can you make reality? And he's
Right.
like, I got no budget, no this, so.
Right.
I don't know if it's a project manager that works on both sides and is responsible, but right now there is no one person responsible for transportation projects from concept to execution, so.
Agreed.
That really needs to be answered before we start adding more heads.
Any other questions from council? I've just got a couple, Tom. One of the assumptions that you were making, I'm assuming in achieving the goals further on down the line, was T-splost. And so just tell me exactly how you've anticipated the revenue streams from T-splost to renewal, and whether you've anticipated that being renewed in this fiscal year budget, and do you anticipate it moving forward?
No, actually, no assumptions at the retreat or in this budget deals
Right.
with the issue. If T-Splosh doesn't go forward, are those projects valid projects you're going to try to carry out some other way? And where is that funding source? No, it does not.
So what options would we have? Because T-Splosh 2, what is that, like $57 million projected revenues over the next 5 years if it
Yes.
is renewed in November?
Yes. Correct.
Okay, so $57 million. So if, for example, I believe it passed 52% to 48% 5 years ago, do you have any kind of projections of whether we should anticipate that, or what percentage chance do you think there is that we'll have that $57 million?
No. No, I mean,
Okay, so do you have any options for us as a council if we do not get that $57 million revenue stream to achieve the projects on North Point Parkway or any of the other things that are currently being considered for a T-Splosh renewal list?
not anything in the short term, no.
Okay.
I think some of those projects list are a long-term project. They appear to be much more than 3, 4, 5 years out, given where the GDOT is, but no, we don't have anything on the horizon to fund that source.
Okay. And I just wanted to talk to you, I know we were talking about the $10 million figure, and you were talking about in your projections anticipating CPI. Having been on this council since right before the recovery, and having watched the costs of construction once Avalon was built and our economy started booming again in 2012, and it's pretty consistently the costs are going. Pete, assuming CPI is 2 to 3%, Pete, Director of Public Works, could you tell us how much concrete has gone up in the past 12 months?
If I could get it. That's the bigger challenge right now is actual supply. Our Greenway, we're limited to 3 loads a day. So, and they're spacing out based on how large the project is. Right now, we're seeing between a 30 and 40% cost increase.
And that's within the past 12 months?
That's within the past 3 months.
Past 3 months.
With
So just
project-
projecting,
our projects.
not that it'll stay at that level, hopefully, but I mean, for example, the budget, the capital project budget we put together last year, those estimates, and say we had $10 million in infrastructure projects of stormwater and road milling and resurfacing and those type. Would it be safe to say that $10 million that we put in the budget last year would not accomplish $10 million worth of construction projects if we bid them out today?
Yes. For example, Alpha Loop was 9.25 million at the retreat. I'm approaching 12 million right now for that same section. However, small repair projects that we're working on, we're not seeing a huge increase because there's a labor source that can fill that void.
How about the Webb Bridge project? Do we have any, I know you recently revised the estimates on that one.
We're getting close to 12 to 13 million on that one as well, total project cost. And you gotta remember, project cost also includes construction, but also right away. And it has shot up pretty good as well for us, especially with the McGinnis Ferry project as well.
Okay. I appreciate it. I just, anytime you're projecting, it's always based on assumptions. And I'm just very cautious with a couple of the assumptions that we're making when we project having revenues 4 or 5 years down the road.
Look at stormwater projects and reinforced concrete pipe. I mean, that's a challenge right now for us. I mean, if it's on the stockyard, we're good to go, but if they have to make custom products, it's a challenge to get it in a timely manner.
Right. And from what I've heard, and you've discussed it with council, I'm sure, that if there is a multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure bill that comes out, I hear we're anticipating even higher increases.
Yeah, then now we're dealing with the whole labor shortage then. So not only the materials, and it's also the labor. So we've come up with some plans to help do that with the Webb Bridge corridor, with phasing. That first phase will come in front of council, hopefully the middle of May. So,
Okay.
But we'll slowly piece it together. So
Thanks,
hopefully
sir.
it's a blip.
I appreciate it. I just want to incorporate that all into some of the assumptions that I'm making. I only had one other question, Tom. Sure. You touched on it briefly earlier, but I just wanted to think this one through again. Specifically, because you really are great at projections and making assumptions and stuff like that. You mentioned going out to the RFP for sanitation. What do you anticipate? I'm not going to hold you to it, but sitting where we sit today, knowing what we know today, what do you anticipate the impact of the renewed contract to be to the homeowners in Alpharetta? Is there going to be a fiscal impact, an increase that they'll have to incur, or that our council will have to decide whether to absorb at that point?
There are some things we could also do as a third alternative, is possibly take a look at, and we put in the proposal as far as, is there alternatives to glass? Is there alternatives to, maybe not so much glass, but even the bulky waste, instead of being unlimited, sort of tie that down into more of a limit. But, I'm hoping, you got to remember, we picked up 10 out of 25. I don't think it's going to be north of 25%. So I'm hoping we don't have to have another 15% put on top of the residents. But at least, I would have to say it probably could be 10 to 15.
10 to 15%.
Increase on what they currently are going to pay in July 1 this year. They pay it in June. I think the bills go out the month before the quarter. So that they're going to see a 10% because we had to get 10 of the 25 covered for this year. We're absorbing the rest through fund balance in that fund. And then for next year, I only have the data that Republic believes that their number's competitive. We're going to find out how competitive it is, and I think there'll be some. But I think the players that we want to select aren't going to just try to buy our business and give us a fake number. They're going to give us a realistic number. So, but I still hoping that we can come under that 25, which means the worst case would be a 15% increase.
Okay, and that's anticipated in these budget?
No, because that's it's a sanitation fund. Those rates have to be reflected to pay for the contract, correct?
Let me rephrase it. So what your assumption is that if there is an increase in this fiscal year, it'll be incurred totally by the homeowner?
No, if we get the rate, well, we're into next year's rates all the way through March 30th.
Right.
Of 22. That's set. We're going to absorb it. The next rate would be that quarter. We probably could put it off to July 1 of next year.
Okay, so that's what you're anticipating, just picking up that difference for those few months?
Those few months, we would figure out how to pick that up, or we may not. I mean, it depends on what it comes in at, you know. If it comes in at a big number, you gotta you gotta address it.
I know, like I said, you and I had not had that conversation. It only recently occurred to me, so I wanted to clarify that, because
Yeah.
it's something we got to anticipate at some point. Those are the only questions I had. Any others from council at this point? Thank you, sir. You've done a whale of a job.
Thank you.
Yeah, why don't we take 5 minutes for a break right quick? We don't typically take public comment on workshop items, but I believe there may be some people here that have been sitting here wanting to discuss this topic. We'll give that opportunity when we come back. So, thank you. All right, council members, if we can start to gather again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order now. It's my understanding that there's some of you, typically we don't have a public comment on our workshop items, but since so many of you have joined us this evening, I wanted to give you the opportunity. I will note that I don't believe the topic of the Margin Way extension is on the agenda, or it's not proposed in the current budget. But I know you've spent your time to sit through all the other part of this meeting. I'd love to give you an opportunity at this juncture to speak regarding the budget and any topics that you wish. So do we have any public comment cards? Ms. Cobb?
Yes, sir. Laura Kreitman, 280 Margin Way. Sure.
And generally, we try to keep it to about a 3-minute limit. Well, I'm just excited to see so many of you here tonight.
Hey.
This chamber is almost empty usually.
We saw it.
Except for Mr. Garriell back in the back.
We saw it and we wanted to make sure we made our voices heard. I do appreciate, you guys do a great job. We have a great city. Awesome. Manage it extremely well. The Margin Way came up because we know that it's currently unfunded, which we like, obviously. Can I ask a question on this, or is it more comments?
If you'll
just comment?
State your question, and maybe I'll try to address it at the end. Try not to get into a back and forth.
If you know what I wanted, so I don't make incorrect comments. Can you explain what's the basis for doing the Margin Way extension? Because we can't really figure out why, because we're looking at it going, it doesn't make sense to us. But to understand that before.
Did Pete already leave?
He just stepped out, sir. He'll be right back in.
Okay. I'll have our Director of Public Works talk a little bit about that after we're through.
Okay. What I'm going to request on this, and I'm sure I will have some other people say the same, that the design of the Margin Way extension be taken out of not only the 2022 budget, even though it's unfunded, but to be taken out of there, but any long-term plans for the city. And I don't think it makes sense. I won't go into all the details now because I know it's unfunded, but I think it makes sense for us to truly think about this. It doesn't make sense because the extension is based on the fact, I believe, on a study that was determined several years ago. And we know that our city has changed quite a bit over the last several years. I think it was 17, that's why I'm curious. I think it was like 15 to 17 years ago, and you may know. And if that's the case, since that time,
I wasn't here that long ago.
Well, you were here a while ago, right? But since that's the case, and it's changed considerably, I think there's significant safety concerns that need to be understood. There's significant environmental concerns, and especially traffic flow concerns that need to be considered. And they need to be understood. And before we even do a design, because I know design, there was like $300,000 design that's unfunded. Before even doing that, you would probably need to do a study beforehand to make sure that it even made sense. Because once you spend $300,000 on design, it's a lot of money. And I saw the budget. I know there's a lot of things that we want to do here. Thus, that I ask that the extension project is abandoned. Okay, if it's not abandoned, then at least a discussion of, does this make sense before a design is even thought of or committed to? Because it doesn't make sense to spend a lot of money on it if that's the case. I also ask that if you do pursue this further, that a task force is put together consisting of members of the community, because there's 3 communities that it affects there off of Margin Way, and that they're included, and there's a task force that discusses this and sees if there's a better alternative. Already you've got Wills Drive and you've got Roswell that both do straight throughs from Milton Avenue to Old Milton Avenue, this would require something that cuts through and then cuts through again, because you'd have to go through Margine Way and turn to get on Old Milton. I think you'd end up with very, very significant issues. So that's my comment. I appreciate you guys listening, and I look forward to hopefully, us ending discussion of this Margine Way extension.
Sir?
Thanks.
Excuse me, could we get your name and address for the record,
Sure, I'm
please?
sorry. I thought it was on there. Carrie Siegel, Carysiegel. You got it at 275 Margine Way.
Thanks, sir. Ms. Cobb?
Laura Kreitman? Did you still want to come forward? 280 Margine Way.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us talk tonight. I appreciate it, and I think we all appreciate it. I'm Laura Kreitman. I'm at 280 Margine Way. And on behalf of all the Windsong residents, I just want to bring up some safety and liability issues that we think that need to be addressed and really considered as we move forward on this issue. First and foremost, the Margine Way homeowners have car access to the street only via front-facing garages. We don't have garages in the back of our townhomes, and we don't have any access to a road other than Margine Way. With an extension and significantly increased traffic, all of us would be forced to enter into and back into and onto oncoming traffic from both directions directly from our driveways. With the advent of traffic apps such as Waze, the traffic along the proposed extension will grow exponentially as those apps push more and more traffic through onto the street. These conditions would create, we believe, unacceptable and unreasonable risks and liability to the homeowners, other vehicles driving along the street, and all the pedestrians and their pets. Second, currently, delivery vans such as Amazon and UPS already block much of the street for periods of time. Even with the widened road, increased traffic in both directions will create more traffic tie-ups and hazardous conditions as the cars try to pass around the parked delivery vehicles. Third, presently, there are 11 units occupied by at least 22 individuals who are located on one side of Margine Way within the Windsong development. The street right now is a quiet, residential, narrow way that is easily navigated by all of us. A widened street that attracts busy, two-lane traffic will cut off those residents from the other side of the development where the mailboxes and the HOA common space are now located. Thus, those residents will incur a significant increased threat of injury as they try to cross the proposed altered street for their daily activities. Fourth, with any street widening, the neighborhood and the city will necessarily destroy no fewer than 15 grown trees along Margine Way. Additionally, any sidewalks built onto the widened street will also necessarily be pushed up against existing stairways to the front entrances of the townhomes in Windsong, and that placement also will force pedestrians, as well as all the STEM students and leash pets and all pedestrians, to walk along driveways where they will inevitably and suddenly meet up with exiting vehicles from the driveways and the garages. Thus, as Carrie mentioned to you before, based on a 15 or 17-year study, given what has developed in there right now, along with Wills Common, Victoria Square, and Windsong, we urge you to reconsider any type of additional investment or renewed interest in this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Pete, if you don't mind, while you were out, they had asked about why this project was still being considered and how this came about. You can just give a quick summary, perhaps.
I've been here almost 17 years, but I wasn't here when the plan was originally accomplished through the planners. This was part of the Sizemore group plan for downtown that consisted of preparing a grid network system in downtown in preparation. At one time, there was a thought of the city of Alpharetta acquiring the property of the Milton High School campus. It had multiple parking decks in there, it had much eateries, retail establishments, and it's basically the growth of downtown, what you see today. So the connectivity of connecting Milton Avenue with Marietta Street, and ultimately then with Old Mill Parkway, was considered a key component of that plan, as well as connecting Cummings Street, extension all the way through to Canton Street was another part of that, the Lily Garden Extension Project. And this also was the first part of the phasing of having a regional detention pond in that area. So right now, if you look at an aerial, you see two detention ponds. There will be a third detention pond right there as well, due to the log cabin development, as well as the additional sidewalks that need to be added and parallel parking spaces that need to be added to meet the stormwater requirements. So all three of those ponds at one time were all one pond. And there was a trail system. This was the start of the trail system connecting the Greenway from the east side to the west side of downtown. So it was part of a 2004 bond, I believe, that was funded. And then we had plans moving forward, and different things took place, and different priorities took place as well. So.
Thank you. And I know it's not funded in this budget. When was the last time there was a traffic study done about the impact of that, or has there been a more recent study done?
There has not been a more recent study.
Okay. Is it safe to assume that we would not be doing anything like that without another study?
We would do a study. We could do for connectivity and figure out what's going on, and we'd either do it just to figure out the speed that needs to happen for the roadways as well.
Okay, thank you. Pardon? Councilman Binder?
What's the process to just kill off a project that's been hanging out there? Because this one's been hanging.
It's been hanging, but it hasn't been hanging. It came back when the log cabin moved there. That's when it started back going through, and then the city acquired the 3 or 4 parcels related to the park and everything like that. So I think there's like 3 parcels right there that the city acquired. One of the parcels was acquired with bond dollars, recreation parks bond dollars. I believe one of the other parcels was acquired with transportation dollars. So, with your process, you say you no longer want to move forward with this project, and we take it off our to-do list. We see the importance of having a grid network in downtown, given all of the additional improvements that have occurred.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Ms. Cobb, do we have any other public comment cards?
Yes, sir. Howard Callaway, 12038 Orchard Lane.
Good evening, all. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate y'all's time. Laura, you did a fantastic job. I live in Victoria Square. Mr. Galvin, a few years ago when you were running for office, you came and visited our community, sat in one of our houses, and this conversation came up about that being cut through. And I think your idea was that everybody liked the idea that it would be cut through. But if you think back, if you happen to remember that conversation, it met with a lot of opposition very, very fast from the homeowners. I mean, everybody, we have 68 homes in our community, 100% of them oppose it. I'm pretty sure I haven't taken account of Windsong, but I'm pretty sure 100% of theirs does. And then also another adjacent community opposes it as well. I just look at this and go, why? You don't need to do a study. Come down to the end of the street, stand there next to the pond, and just look around. You just bought a park down there. You're fixing it up really nice. Why in the world would you ever put a street through there that's going to have a ton of traffic with a school on the other end? And I've lived up here since 1986. I grew up in Buckhead, moved to Dunwoody, moved to Crabapple in 1986 and built a home there. It was unincorporated Fulton County at that time, if anybody remembers that. Then Milton didn't even exist, and all this development and everything has gone on, and I love it. It's been great. I live here for 6 years in Victoria Square. My business is here. I work here. I play here. I pay my taxes here. I frequent all the restaurants and businesses. We all do. It's a live, work, play type community, and we enjoy living here. But we don't need a street loaded up with traffic right there, running right through the middle of our community, and it won't come through Victoria Square because we're private roads. But it's going to cause a problem for us, because as they come from either direction in Margene Way and the traffic is backed up on both ends, they're going to run out of directions to go. So what are they going to do? They're going to try to cut through Victoria Square. We don't want the traffic. I don't think you really want to deflect it through our community. I ask you again, just take a short trip, go stand down there where the two communities come together, stand down there next to the pond, next to your new park, and look at it. Why in the world would you ever build something, a road extension through there and directing traffic through there? Anyway, thank y'all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Cohn?
Keith Lynch, 270 Margene Way.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Keith Lynch, 270 Margene Way. I won't rehash any of the points that have been made, but the practical reality is if you do take that trip out there, you're going to see that at the end of Margene Way and where you want to end the street at Milton Avenue, all you're doing is creating bottlenecks. There's no reliever in this reliever. Unless you cut it all the way through to Old Milton, which would require the condemnation of a house and a brand new office building, which you've approved or was permitted. I don't know if it required zoning or not, but there was no taking anticipated in the past. And you're going to end up, if you don't go straight through and signal it, then all you're doing is turning our neighborhood into a parking lot, then Marietta Street into a parking lot, because they're going to have to take a right or a left. There's already traffic on Marietta speeding. So if you know the area, you think, well, why are we teeing into a dead end for what's supposed to be a grid street? A grid street is a through street. On the other side, Milton Avenue, all right, you've got the high school. So think about it. What more are you going to be able to do at that intersection than right in and right out? At least during rush hour, which is, I think, the purpose of the grid, to relieve rush hour, okay? But are you going to accomplish that? There's no way you will, because if you do anything more than right in and right out, you're just creating an accident zone. Take a look at where the curb cuts are for the high school, all right? Take a look at all the driveways there are already on Milton Avenue. There's a significant amount of people trying to get in and out. Unlike Roswell Street, we are a residential neighborhood. So if you basically turn what was planned when there was very little housing there into a major thoroughfare, now it has a huge impact on our residential neighborhood. So it's really kind of, in my mind, the negatives so outweigh the positives, because in the end, the ultimate objective is traffic flow, right? Isn't that what we're doing here? We're creating a means for traffic to flow. That's what a grid system is. Now, granted, Peter makes an excellent point. It's technically in the downtown corridor. And for that reason, it's in the Sizemore plan, which was done when? 20 years ago? So here we are today. We need to take a current snapshot of what's evolved, how things have changed, and decide if this makes sense. And honestly, I think it's a real struggle to justify it unless you're going to take your $3.5 million budget now, which is probably low, because this isn't going to be an easy road to build. This is going to be a structured road. It's basically a bridge to get from Milton Avenue onto the current Margene because of the grade change. Okay, once you spend that 3.5, which is probably 5, Then you've got to condemn those buildings. That's another $3-4 million. Then you got to signalize. Then you got to close Marietta Street at Milton Avenue. And then maybe you've accomplished your objective, except for what? Will you really? Will it really work? Because it's just going to become a cut through. And during rush hour or during events, it's still going to back up. And therefore, you know, some concerns are safety. We're all for safety. But if you can't get the emergency vehicle through when you need to, which is most likely an event, right? Emergency vehicles go through the road maybe 1% of the time, probably less. So if you can't get it through when you're actually having these major events, what are you really accomplishing? Okay, now, you know, it may be that it makes some incremental benefit, but again, the detriments so far outweigh the benefits to our neighborhood, and I really think the community at large, given that we're talking about a heck of a lot of money for a very, you know, short strip of road. So anyhow, we appreciate your consideration. Good evening.
Thanks, sir. Do we have any more comment cards, Ms. Collins?
Yes, sir, I have one more. Mark Spiegel, 235 Margine Way.
Thanks, Council and Mayor. Appreciate it. I'll be very brief because my counterparts here. So the point I just really want to get across is we're not a bunch of NIMBYs, not in our backyard. We were aware that at some point the developer didn't share it when we all bought, but we were generally aware that this was in the works in the past. I think the takeaway that you're hearing from everyone is just simply a lot has changed, both in what that original plan was intended to do and the way it was actually designed, to what's being sketched out now, to what ended up developing on this road with the narrow residential, short driveways, no range between the sidewalk and the road, to a very quiet street right now. So safety concerns, yes. Now there's a STEM school that wasn't contemplated back when this original design was done that, you know, could have a lot of teenagers trying to see this as a cut-through route and elevating the safety concerns. So as Keith was saying, there's lots of different things that have changed with the original plan. There's lots that changed on both sides of that road since this was originally designed, that I think if you go out there and really study what is our objective, if our objective was to be able to provide parking for the park, there's a way to do that without a cut-through road and really get down to what the practical objectives are. And I think you'll find the cost benefit is pretty obvious that it's not. But please don't take it as we're just trying to stop a road going through our neighborhood. It really, as a developer myself, a commercial, I'm really having trouble figuring out what the objective would be and how it would even make any sense once it's studied. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell, I know as the liaison to Public Works, you've had discussions with some of the homeowners about this. I'll close out with letting you respond if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. Yes, 2 weeks ago, Mr. Lynch was in there, and I think Mr. Spiegel as well, but I met with all four of the HOA presidents right across the hall here, Wills Common, Victoria Square, and Windsong. And this week, I have a client and a friend who lives actually in Windsong, and I got an earful. So we all understand how close that drive is, and there was never a plan to extend the road through Windsong anyway. But what I communicated to them and what remains true is that if this council even discusses it as far as a future project, you all would be the first to know, and we would go through a public comment process before we would even consider anything, and I gave them my word on that. And as you can tell, it wasn't even brought up as a possibility in tonight's budget discussion, nor have I heard anything from any council member that wants to do the project anytime soon or at all. And so I think you're safe with this project as we move forward. But the one thing I know about Alpharetta is we try to be transparent and upfront about everything we do, and we'll continue to do that with this. We do have to address the parking for the park on that end, but there's no reason that couldn't end with a cul-de-sac or whatever, and a walking trail or whatever to add access for your neighborhoods. But also the other neighborhood was the one that borders on Wills Road, and Marietta Street there. So are any of you residents of that neighborhood tonight? But your HOA president was there as well. So, but anyway, that we will be totally transparent, and if you so desire, we can take that off the book altogether. So, all right, thank you very much for coming tonight and bearing through the budget.
Thanks, everybody. I don't even get applause, man.
You should. You should.
That being said, we'll close public comment on the workshop for the budget. And we'll move on to discussion of possible parks bond projects. Director Rogers, you have the floor, sir.
Well, when you see one slide I got, you'll know that I'm really glad they left. Yeah. So,
Director Rogers, you have the floor, my friend.
thank you. So we're here tonight again to talk about the bond referendum items that are on the list. Mr. Regas asked me to put together a little visual for each of these items so that we could talk about, if we need to, a little bit more in detail, and I've done that. And I just finished the presentation this afternoon, so I'll be glad to give you a copy. I'll send you a copy tomorrow if you'd like that. So let's just start at the list. The first thing on the list is the Wills Park Equestrian renovation build-out. And you can see that on your screen now. This is the approved master plan for the Wills Park. Oh.
Last time I tried to help you, you told me not to come over there, so.
We should spend it all here.
Come on. 1980. There we go. There you go.
Good. So how do we get that? Perfect. Thanks, James.
Yep.
Okay. So now you should be looking at on your screen the approved Wills Park Equestrian Center master plan. This is, and I'll remind you that the $5 million that is listed on the bond is a match that would be required from the Wills Park Equestrian Foundation. They'd have to raise $5 million in order to spend that $5 million. Overall, the plan, there's a couple of big ticket items here. One of the big ticket items is just the fact that there's no stormwater management or erosion control in the equestrian center. We've got to address that first and foremost. We also have to address the infrastructure. When Wills Park Equestrian Center was built, most folks that were bringing a horse over were bringing it in a small truck with a single trailer. Now it's not more common at a show now that the dualies are coming with horse trailers that hold up to 10 horses, and they just can't navigate in the particular infrastructure. So we would improve the infrastructure. We would renovate all of the rings. The new arena that's listed, the new arena, the 150 by the 340, that's the arena that is presently being built in conjunction with the Equestrian Foundation. And then all of the other rings would receive a redo. We would increase the parking, and we would rebuild all of the barns. The barns were built in the early 60s by inmate labor from Fulton County. So they need to be updated tremendously. So that's the improvement of the of what it looks like from the. Is that me doing that?
It does not like certain computers.
Oh, is it? No, I'm sorry. That's got to be aggravating. Okay, I can't hear it because I'm talking, but it's got to be aggravating to the rest of you. Okay, sorry. So, any questions on that before we move on? Okay. So the next item is right now listed at $4 million, and that is the Wills Park Master Plan. This basically the top half of this is what we were looking at on here. In the Wills Park Master Plan, we're going to improve the gateway entrances. at the corner of Wills and Old Milton and Roswell Street. We're going to put in gateway entrances so people will know that this is our flagship park, and then we have a 120-acre park in downtown Alpharetta. Because right now, if you're not from here, you don't even know that this is a park and who owns it or what it's about. So we would improve the gateway. We redo completely the dog park. Again, we're talking about stormwater and erosion issues, so we really have to redo it. We're moving the basketball courts from over on Wills over to the community center where there's more activity, expanding the spine between that and improving the overall appearance of the rest of the park. Okay.
Questions from council?
Yeah, on going back one on the equestrian renovation build-out, if the bond were to pass and if we had $5 million, what's the projected time frame for the 50% match? Would we be fronting $5 million and waiting for the other 5 to come in, or would we wait until we move in lockstep?
In conversation with the equestrian center, they think that if the money is the city has the money, that it would be fairly easy for them. I shouldn't say easy. They could raise that money quickly according to the foundation.
Yeah. And again, if there's a $10 million budget, will we go ahead and spend the money that's available to us with the promise and expectation that that money would come in, or would we move somewhat in lockstep?
The way we did, I think we would follow suit with what we're doing with the new arena, and that would be in lockstep. Once they raised the money for that arena, then we started the project.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I think that would be what we would do all the projects, is that we wouldn't want to start a project until the matching money was raised. They don't necessarily have to raise the whole $5 million, but we'd have to decide what the phases were. When they raised enough money for the first phase, then we could do phase 1 and then go into phase 2 and phase 3.
Okay, thank you.
That's the way I would envision it.
Any other questions on this item? Please proceed.
So any questions on the Wills Park master plan? Okay. So the next one is the build out of Mid-Broadwell Park. That's listed at $500,000. This is the rendering, one of the renderings of the Mid-Broadwell Park. We've got to put in some parking. We already have a restaurant there. We've got to put in restrooms. We've got to put in a trail system. We've got to do some erosion control. We've got to put in the playground and all of the amenities, as well as improve the entrance and how you get in and out of the park.
Any questions about Mid-Broadwell Park?
Okay. And that one's shovel ready. That one's ready to go. This is the slide that I've said I'm glad weren't here. I was sweating bullets there for a minute because this is. So I wanted to show you this is where that project is at.
And some of our council members thought I was foolish for letting them speak.
So this is the latest thing that we have on Milton. The log cabin is there. There is spot for a stormwater facility, and then you can see Margin Way. So we still have to design this. We still have to go through the public process of design in Milton Park. But I want to just kind of show you where we're at.
Director Rogers, if I could just ask, perhaps before we try to bring this forward again, let's have a discussion amongst council and liaisons and yourself of whether we want to change what we're proposing here. If we're going to keep this item on the list, especially based on some comments that we just made to the residents, okay. I think it's in our best interest not to portray making that connection.
Okay, all right.
Is that fair enough?
Absolutely. Okay, certainly, we'll do that. I mean, this was.
Well, it's a workshop. That's what we're here for. I mean,
all right. Well, then we'll
we heard from the public, and now we're asking you and Pete to put your heads together and come up with something that would make that park usable without including that.
Right.
The connection, I mean. Is that fair enough?
Yeah. And again, quite a few of these parks still have to be designed, and they still have to go to the public for input. But one of the things that Pete and I were talking about was trying to combine some of that stormwater with those other ponds, rather than have 3 ponds, make one, and figure out if we can improve that and make it, almost like a Thompson Street back there kind of facility. So that'll give us that ability to do that.
Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
And speaking with the HOA members, they did favor a walking trail that would lead them to the park. A cul-de-sac or a T or whatever, so cars can turn around in. But they did favor some type of walking trail, but not something that would have vehicular traffic.
Absolutely, understand.
Thank you.
Councilman Merkel.
So one of the discussions was if we take the Margene Way extension out, we lose all that street parking that was designated for the park. We've got to be able to replace that or we'll be in violation of our own parking ratio or find other parking. So that's got to be a key factor because you're losing 16 spots or something.
Well, I think the critical thing is just not to make the connection.
That's fine.
So I'm
Still going to have to build, you still have to build parking or create some sort of crosswalk on Milton Avenue to let them park at the school somewhere. I don't think anybody's going to use it, but if you do, we need parking.
So, thanks. If the two of you could probably get together.
Sure. We'll do it.
All right.
Okay. Right. So moving on to Old Rucker Park, and this is just the latest schematic that we have for Old Rucker Park, locating the farm in the bottom there, but it also shows you the possibility of what Old Rucker could be. And this particular plan is ready to go to the public, and we actually are planning a series of public input meetings on site at Old Rucker to get input on this plan and what the park looked like prior to bringing it to the commission and to the council. So, if you, I can, there's parking along the road. That's we still got to call that road. It's the Old Rucker Road extension that's now cut off from Old Rucker Road. So there's going to be parking on there, and then there'll be parking up at the top there with trails and layered. Those two squiggly things up toward the top, those are walls because the topography is pretty distinct right there. We're trying to make it usable.
And I'll use this as a good opportunity. One of my concerns going into this, and I had reached out to get some numbers, both the times I've been on this council while we did bond issues, we missed our numbers bad. And it put us in a bind because then once again, you're having to go back, for example, on the pool, I think it cost $2 million more than we had anticipated. I think the connection to the Greenway started off at $6 million. Now we're well over $11 million. And a lot of these challenges came from having really no plan to pull a good number from. And especially in an environment where costs are already skyrocketing, as much as we can define what that's going to, and I know we're asking a lot in a short period of time, but I don't want to be sitting here in 4 years explaining to people why we're $6 million short on a park of this scale. On the smaller pocket parks, there's a lot fewer moving parts and things, but I'm really concerned about making promises and putting numbers to large parks with a lot of things that haven't even been master planned. Wills Park, we've got a much better idea. It's there, and we've got a master plan. So anything you can do with your team and working with any of the other directors to help try to get as close to those numbers and what we're trying to do there, because it's painful. We always end up sacrificing our capital projects because that's the one you don't want to fire people to make up the gap on a bond issue.
But that's one of the real issues is that these parks haven't been to the public yet. So it's hard for us to assign real numbers when we don't. This particular park, if we were going to build it like that, it'd be easy for us to put a price tag on it. But this hasn't been, nobody from the public seen this, and we have that public process where, we put that out, let the public get engaged, then we make changes, then we go to the commission, and then we come to council for the formal approval. Now, we did that at Mid-Broadway, but we haven't done that at Rucker or any of these other parts.
And my comments as much for you as the rest of council is we're putting these hard numbers and adding things to the list and potentially taking things off. We just have to be cognizant. If we go to the public and show them these pictures and give them a number, and if that number doesn't, if it doesn't turn out like the picture, they're going to hold us accountable. But if the number doesn't get it done either, we're in a bind at that point. So we need to be real thoughtful about that part of the process.
And then on top of all that, what's happening to the prices of things right now are just, that's what's really scary when we start talking about prices right now. So the next one is the Union Hill Park conceptual master plan. This is just a conceptual plan. We have a plan, but, you know, that was the call for us to tear down the covered arena and the new skate park, or the pop-up skate park. This plan shows us leaving that with a connection for the greenway. And again, that's we still got to go through that public process if we're going to change that plan. And I for one think that we need to leave the covered arena at Union Hill. I think it's a valuable asset to the city. Could be a valuable asset to the city, rather than just tearing it down and open that up for an acre, half acre of green space.
Any comments on that one? Thanks, sir.
And then we have the farmhouse, the Heritage Park. Same thing here. This is just the only plan that we have right now. So there's a lot of unknowns on this particular project. This one is probably, of all of the parks that we're developing, this is probably the most difficult and the most technical park because of environmental issues, because of historical issues. So, you know, this one's a little scary simply because there's so many unknowns on this right now. We really need to we need to do this right. I think this is an important park to the city, and I think we need to make sure that we do it right and plan it well to make sure that it is what the, number one, what it needs to be, and number two, what the people want it to be. But this is the only thing we have right now, the only plan that we have. So, this is Brookside Park. So now I can show you can see why I'm not an architect, because I just took a plan that Pete had, and I showed you where we're thinking about the trail connecting from the parking lot to get to the bridge. So the H in that is my representation of a bridge going over Big Creek, and the rest of the line is how I get to the parking lot. And that's really all we have right now. We're working with Pete and his crew to put some plans together. But that's right now, that seems to be the most logical course. We're trying to get some prices on that. We're trying to get some designs and some cost on that.
Councilman Heights.
What if anything about this plan takes into account what the DOT wants to do on Old Milton? Is it impacted this far back? Doesn't the DOT have plans on Old Milton?
This is the DOT plan that I laid this on. So we're outside the plan of the DOT. Is that
okay?
The pond you see there, where Morgan's got his black pen going through, that is a required detention pond that GDOT is requiring us to install because we own that land. So to meet the MS4 municipal stormwater requirements, we must build a pond on both sides of Old Mill Parkway. So what you see here outside of Morgan's black line is the current Georgia Department of Transportation widening plan for Old Milton.
I have these gentlemen down here, I don't know if you were involved, Councilman Richard, in discussions with the DOT, but I mean, is there any negotiation with the DOT to assist with any parts of this plan to alleviate some of the financial part of it?
So the Georgia Department plan is a roadway project. So we are able to accommodate moving the detention pond, reshaping the detention pond, but when it comes to the aesthetics of this area or building a bridge over the pond or adjacent to it, that is outside of the scope, since GDOT is funding the widening of the project.
Okay. I didn't know if there was anything that we're giving them that they could give us in return, et cetera, but
Biggest thing we're doing is coordinating so that if this is the alignment that we need to move forward with the Brookside Park, we would shift our detention pond, reshape our detention pond to accommodate this improvement, or build a pond, a bridge over this pond or something like that. But we'd work out some coordination so we don't do work twice in the field. Because we're 4 years away from putting a shovel in the ground for Old Mill Parkway. About 3 to 4 years, yes.
Any other questions about this one? Councilman Burnett?
Does a master plan exist for this yet? Brookside Park?
Brookside Park, no.
Okay, thank you.
That would be, that's part of what we would, if you see there, it would be, it's design and the connection.
Right, I think what he's saying is that the park already exists, and he's not proposing a large investment. It's basically just allowing a connection from the greenway. The bridge is the cost, where that black H is. So right now, it's disconnected from the greenway, and so it's not a redesign and master planning of the entire 20-something acres. It's basically providing a connection from Old Milton Parkway and that parking lot to the other side of the greenway.
Is the black lines land that the city has or easements because we own all of it?
We own that.
Because construction alone could take your $2 million pretty quick.
Right. My understanding is that part of it may be an easement up there near that office building, the far right, because that's a parking lot where Zoom and some of those other companies are. But we own the park land.
But we do not own the parking, right?
We do not own the parking.
And have we secured parking?
We're talking with them, and they're amenable to that, but there's not been any, we haven't worked anything out with them yet.
Okay,
So
thank you.
hard detail, but yes, they are amenable to it.
Thank you.
Any other questions about this one? Thanks, sir.
This is the Waters Road schematic. It's very rough, and I apologize for that. I'm waiting on a very similar one for Rucker Road for Waters Road, but this was the only thing that I had right now. But basically, this is showing you that the most of the activity is going to have to be on the right-hand side as you're looking, because again, the topography to the left is pretty significant. But we still got to design it and go to the public with it, just like we do everything else. This is the Mayfield Road Park. This is the one we own jointly with Milton. We have there's a one-page agreement that basically says we bought it together and that we'll develop it together. And so this was added with the idea that we would put $1 million in it, with the understanding that Milton would have to match that $1 million for design and development.
Any questions or comments?
Has there been any discussion with Joe or Peyton or concerning that match? Or that we're contemplating?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just say that I love this park, and I think it's going to be a tremendous asset when we get to it. It's going to be real difficult to get this one as a bond project because we don't have that agreement. We don't even own it outright. So we've got a lot of hoops to go through before we can make a promise to our residents on a bond issue. But like I said, it's certainly worthy, and I think it would be attractive if we can pull it off. But you're starting from scratch, and we've got a 50% partner that's going to make it difficult to fulfill that obligation without that partnership.
So next on the list is the turf web bridge, the large soccer field, which we call the upper field. So these are actual photos from the field. That right there is why we lost 70% of the practices and the games. This is the largest soccer field we have. It actually will contain two full-size soccer fields on that space. And that's why we were so excited about the possibility. And just so you know, I did take that this afternoon. This picture was taken this afternoon, obviously after a heavy rain, but I also took a picture of the lower field, which is right below that. You can see, if you look up, you can see it on the top left. This is the turf field with the same amount of rain. and it was ready for play. And so that tells you why we think it is important. And then the last picture I have is just for the parkland acquisition, set at $6 million, and it's just a map to show you where all of the Alpharetta parks are currently.
Councilwoman Richard?
I thought we had decided or discussed the fact that the parkland acquisition would be an Alpha Loop / parkland acquisition?
Yes.
Okay, so are we going to actually change the name so that it reflects the Alpha Loop?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just, to be honest with you, Councilman Richards, I just left it off.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, it definitely is going to be on there.
Councilman Merkel?
We've been going over this list multiple times. This is the third rendition. My personal feelings are we keep the number the same at 29.5, but we take these and go, and this is where we got to rely on you, Morgan, because of your professional experience. Where's the biggest impact for the city? I mean, right there, we just saw the turf fields. So we know that's an immediate impact that's going to have a change for a large number of people. It's huge. And then work through these on this list in that order, because I really look at this list and think, okay, we stay at 29.5, but I think we need to knock 2, 3, or 4 of these projects out of there. And to the point Mr. Mayor made, it's going to take more. I'm stuck on a couple of these thinking 2 million. Shit, we spent half of that on design, right? Excuse me.
That's a first.
Shoot. So that's, anyways. All right. Sorry, you got me. It's late. What do you want? It's 10 o'clock. So that's my recommendation, is that these now become categorized in order of need. You know, field's definitely more of a need than a want, and work your way through these. Because again, to the point the mayor made, we probably need 29.5, even if we take $2 million projects out of there. That's $6 million off the top that can be allocated to these other ones and make sure they get finished. Because as he said, some of these other projects, that log cabin was halfway across the street when they came back for more money. We couldn't stop. I'm still not sure we're done with it. I just don't want to bring it up. But that's my recommendation. Get them in order as a priority. And if they're not doable, you talk about the one with Milton, I probably agree. If we haven't had the conversation with them yet, it's not ready for this bond, in my mind. And then go through some of the other ones. The farmhouse, again, I firmly believe in preserving it, but after talking to Pete and the lack of access from Webb Bridge, the lack of access, and we get Quick Trip Corporate going to give us parking? I don't think so, but there's just a whole lot more has got to go into that than we can get done to get on a bond referendum before whatever our cutoff date is. Yeah, so go through, prioritize them. And if you've got some that are questionable, highlight them and say, look, maybe we do these the next time around. Because the other thing is, too, you got to go through the construction. So this all gets approved at the same time. All of a sudden, this money gets released as construction begins. Where's your manpower? I mean, there's no staff for half or more of these projects currently. So, I mean, you're going to have to add to it. Kirk can't do it all. So operation expenses, once these things are up and running, is another big number we got to be talking about. So maybe a great thing to get them, but can't afford them once we get them built. I'd like to see that math too. That's it. Thanks.
Councilman Burnett?
I don't disagree with the sentiment, but I think there are projects that the 7 of us would wholeheartedly agree on, and something will come up and it will make it something that we have to pivot or change gears, and I would rather have it on a list than need it on a list and not have it. And so I don't want to be disingenuous with the public, but I also, just from a political theology perspective, when you get something to where you're 10% or less unhappy with it, and it's not some wildly philosophical, absolutist disagreement, that's a win. And it's not that there can't be conversations about prioritizing, because that should absolutely happen, but I kind of sit in the camp where I'm ready to land the airplane, and, you know, sometimes you leave things sitting around in your refrigerator a little too long and they start to smell. I don't want to have the same conversations about the same projects over and over again. I learned something new tonight with the parking at Brookside Park. I didn't realize there wasn't a parking agreement there. I'm fine with the concept, but I would hate to want to pour millions of dollars into somewhere and them tell us that they have some Department of Defense security contractor in there and there's no way they want us. So I'm sensitive to that, but you know, there's very little in here I don't like, and I'm more than enough that I'm fine to just live with it and move on. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
I would agree with Ben. Tell me, are we through with the Greenway yet?
With the Greenway,
Yeah.
we're close.
Okay, we're close after 20 years. We're close. And we're not through with Alpha Loop yet, but we've started it. Everything's a phase. We put it on the bond, we describe it as being a phase, and this is the first phase of development. And then later on down the road, when we acquire the money or do another bond or whatever, we complete the part. But there's not one part that we haven't added on to and that has been complete where we never have to touch it again. Has there been?
Not that I'm aware of.
To me, my whole point is these parks, if we don't get started with these parks, they'll never get started. We waited on Farmhouse the last time when we did the neighborhood parks. I'm not willing to sit by quietly and let that happen again on this bond. And, you know, we can pick and choose and all that, but all of these parks, I think, have some value to our citizens. And if we present it as if it's a phase and be totally truthful and upfront about it, here's what we will be able to get done. We'll get some structure started, or we'll get some, you know, parking started at the farm or whatever. You know, we know we're not going to be able to develop the whole trail system through the farm, the Rucker Farm, but we can at least get a phase one done with the bond. And I think if we present it that way, they understand the fact that it's every one of these is a legacy project. Thank you.
Well, I'll address the past three right quick. I think Councilman Merkel had a very good point in the fact that we need to be very practical in making sure we identify a realistic list of projects. I understand that some people may have particular projects they're defensive about. That's not my point. My point is, I promise you, I've been through this. I'm not going to support a bond list that I know we can't do what we're promising. And if it's talking about phases, if we can identify that phase and we can put a number to it that I believe we can get it done, then I'm all for it. But I think going back to under promise and over deliver, and I think back to having so many times over the past 5 years since we did the last bond issue, where are we coming up with $7 million or $6 million for the Greenway extension? Yes, it's a legacy project. It's a great project. But because we didn't have realistic numbers, we've been stealing from milling and resurfacing and stormwater and sidewalk repairs to cover that $6 or $7 million. And so I think you're both right in the fact that we need to be aggressive and attract some of those projects, but we've also got to be practical because we're the ones that are going to have to deliver. I mean, people are going to expect it. When they see a picture of Mayfield Park and it's beautiful and we put a number by that, they're going to expect that. As well they should. And I'm not saying picking on any of them. I don't even have, I'm not vested in any of them. Some of them I really don't love. Brookside Park, I will say, if we were actually to connect it to the Greenway, it actually resolves the problem of parking rather than creating one. Because the problem is now the city has no access other than the parking lots around it, which we don't own. I think we may have, pardon? But you can't get to it from the YMCA because it's on the other side of Big Creek. And so I believe we do have a parking agreement, and hopefully we'll clarify that for access where we have a current existing ramp down to the park itself. But the problem is that unless you go to one of those parking lots now, you can't get to the 20-acre part that exists. So the idea is to build the bridge so that people who are already riding and jogging and everything along the Greenway can cross over the bridge and enjoy that 20-acre park. And the people in Park Brook who have access directly will be able to cross over into the Greenway, which currently now they have to go up over the bridge at North Point Church to get to the Greenway, and it's not easy that way. So your point is well taken. We need to work out an agreement with them, but it actually helps solve that problem more than create it. Any other comments? I'm sorry, I couldn't see. Councilman Biner?
I agree with Councilmember Merkel as well, that prioritizing, and I think that's a good route to go. And I think just with any of these bonds, you're picking, no matter what time, you're picking a moving target, and sometimes it's more escalated than any time. So, so definitely where we are today, it's a fast moving target. But I would love to see that we prioritize those projects, and we have it in different groupings. We have it within the Wills Park, which is master planned out and pretty good, except, ready to go for engineering drawings and there. The turf, which is pretty easy. So, and then a few of the parks within that little development, we've got master planned out pretty good. What I would say is also if we could use that, take out whatever we want from the Alpha Loop to say that we want to use for Alpha Loop for land purchases, but I would also like to see that land purchase also used maybe as if, how flexible can that be? Because it's always great to buy more land, but to your point, if we're not committing on the development of the current the land that we already have, the parks we already have, then we need to take care of that. So I'd like to also add that into more of the flexibility that we have to make sure that we follow through on these commitments of what you have already on the park. So that would be the only thing I would add to it. But I'm all for prioritizing. I'm all for trying to get flexibility that we can commit to what we envisioned out. But I know it's hard, Morgan, with how much master planning can we do? You ask for design all the time, and it gets cut, and rightfully so at budget time. So how much designing can we do in master planning if we have no runway to when we're going to actually finish it out? So your job's not easy trying to get estimated dollars with what we've given you on design fees, and most of it's been conceptual. So, but flexibility would be the key.
I think Councilman Heitz was first, and then Councilwoman Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since we're doing a workshop and Director Morgan's looking for direction from each of us or some of us, and I favor the priority route as well. In terms of citizens who will use these parks in return for the money, all things considered equal, if we have limited funds, I think that's a return on investment of tax dollars for our citizens. The thing that strikes me is we have an acknowledgement up front that these are very, very round numbers. I mean, you can look at the list and know this is not the cost to construct a road. It's 2 million, 2 million, 2 million, 2 million, 4 million, 5 million. These are lots and zeros, and we acknowledge that. We acknowledge that these are estimates, in some instances acknowledging they border on guesstimates. And our history tells us that these are not high numbers, that they'll come in all likelihood, just over the course of time as being potentially low numbers when we spend it. So when we go to the public, my opinion is, and I think I was on the 2016 bond committee when that happened, I think if we go to the public and say, do you want to invest in this park, which may be right down the street from you? Do you want to invest in this park that's across town from you? If we tell them that that's what we're going to do, then there's going to be an expectation that that's what their vote means, that they're voting for that. So I would like to see a list that's manageable, doable, recognizes the limitations of the numbers that are on this list here, and that when somebody casts their vote for the Mid-Broadwell Park build-out that's down the street from them, that they get what they're voting for. And that is a completed park from a bond project if it passes. So my sentiments.
Councilwoman Richard.
Morgan, thank you. I've lost track on how many workshops we've done on this potential bond project list, and I appreciate all the work that you put in every time we're doing the workshop. My question, and I agree, prioritization obviously needs to be something that we do. My question to council is, how are we doing that? Are we going to use, are we asking Morgan to do that, identify it, or are we going to take the same approach we did with the T-SPLOST projects, where we ranked them on a scale of 1 to 3, or whatever the scale was, as a council, and then come up with the prioritization?
Great question.
Just a suggestion that is no means binding, but I don't know, how many are on the list? 10, 12? How many projects are on your 29 and a half? 12? 12. So 1 to 12 would be one way to measure it against a public comment, that if something is number one to you, and you only get one, and then you only get one, two. And that's a long way from being scientific.
Are we all fine with that?
I just want a system.
I'm glad you brought this up.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Once we call out the doables, I think it's a legitimate issue that's been brought up, unless the city of Milton can pull their act together in terms of what we would do in our time frame. Then it'd be 1 through 11. I think we have to make some threshold decisions of what the list is before we start ranking them. So
this is a workshop, so we're not voting. I'm open to suggestions.
I would suggest that Morgan take his, talk about it, his understanding of the project, his understanding, if you come down and say, build, have, and design and build, there's an opportunity for a certain use on that property that we are lacking in other areas that would fill a gap. Or, we've got that with the turf field. We know that that's a gap that needs to be fixed, and it affects people. So to go from that standpoint of which one of these will have the most impact to the most people, more than likely. And I have no idea what the park around my neighborhood would be, but it's a passive park. It's got trails. And if, that's not feeling like it's going to have a big impact right away, maybe it falls down a priority list, as well as some of these other pocket parks. So that's where I'm looking for Morgan, and then I think that once he brings us that information, then if you want to go, everybody fill in your little book. That's fair. And then compare the 3 or the 2, I think we'll come a long way.
Is everybody fine with that process?
I'm fine with it. I also just over analysts. I think Morgan's given us enough information as we need, just like Pete gave us enough information that we need for T-SPLOST. So I'm okay with doing it now based on what our priorities are. I think actually it'd probably line up pretty similar, because I'm with you. Like turf field, pretty easy, low cost, helps a lot of people.
Yes.
Wills Park, master planned the heck out of it for the past 3 years, helps a lot of people. Same thing with the question, but then I think all those little small parks, they're going to be grouped together.
Let me make a recommendation based on this, though, just kind of move it. I'm a little skeptical of taking more time to ask Morgan to go do that, come do another workshop. To speed up the process, how about if we just say, any of the council members who are ranking, do we start with the 12 or the 11?
12.
Okay. Any of the council members, before we rank 12, reach out to Morgan one-on-one. And if you want his advice on priorities, to get that directly, rather than making him go through a whole nother public process. And plus, it keeps him from taking lashes from somebody who may not agree with his priorities. Councilmember Burnett.
One of the other, Kathy, I hate to put something on you, but if you could get the people in GIS from the census data or even the last one to see if how many people specifically live within a mile or 2 of each, I think that will
Still need a
I think that, and they need to be residents, because it'd be really easy to go over to Mayfield and see that half the people are Milton or more. But I think that is definitely something that should be considered, because we serve the public.
We do, and I think we have to keep in mind, though, I mean, a lot of people are using parks because their children's athletic programs are there, so they may not live within a mile of that park like you're at.
It's not absolute.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a consideration, but I don't think it tells the whole story, because I spent my first 10 years at Wills Park every Saturday, and I certainly was closer to Webb Bridge, but my kids were in programs at Wills Park, so I think that is part of the.
Well, so my recommendation is, Kathy, if you can try to have someone pull those numbers together in the next week, and if council members will reach out to Morgan for any conversations you want to have to inform your decisions, and then maybe we just, it's not really a vote. Is it all right for us just to send our rankings to Bob? Sure. Sam? Okay, so maybe we can commit to, by middle of next week, all of us submit our rankings of the 12?
Can we get a copy of the visual you did today?
Mm-hmm. I will send that.
If you'll send those that material.
Yeah.
Can we get it without the clicking noise? I don't know if that was part of the presentation.
I thought that was Chief Nakahoma.
It's only a PDF.
Okay, I'm trying to move this along. No, I'm getting punch drunk too, so. Does that sound like a resolution? So maybe by midweek next week, we can figure out the priorities, and then we'll have Bob or someone present those to us to inform our decisions at that point. Sound like a plan?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Anything else, Morgan?
Not on that item, no.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Sam.
So the final item up under workshop this evening is the update on COVID-19 and the reintroduction of outdoor special events. He's on the list, but I think James is probably going to be doing most of this.
Actually, Morgan and I are going to tag team it pretty well. So following my brief comment at the last meeting, Bob asked me to put together some information to give you guys a basis for why we're making the decisions that we're making and kind of what comes next. So, you know, we all know that Friday the governor released his latest order. It runs through May 30th, and it lifted most of the requirements on restaurants. It also, but it still encourages social distancing, still encourages folks to wear masks in public settings, still requires screening of children entering classrooms and those types of facilities, and so on. We look at our most current COVID incidence rate, which Fulton County posted Friday's report about an hour before this meeting started. The good news there is it held steady at 111.3 per 100,000. Now, I say that's a good thing because we've been watching a rise following spring break. So that rise has leveled out. And it puts us back on track for what we believe will happen, which is that we would reach our target of 100 per 100,000 before the end of this month.
Councilman Hypes.
Where did the 100 come from as a city? Did we as a council set that?
So that is something that has been in our recovery plan from the onset.
And where did it come from?
That number is, it was based on data from the Georgia Department of Public Health, Fulton County Board of Health. It was early recommendations from the CDC and has been consistent with our planning throughout.
Okay, so that's where it came from. Are we under any legal requirements to hit 100, or can, as far as you know as a council, can we decide what that number might be?
We can change that number if council wishes to.
Okay. Okay, I want to hear the rest of the
Yeah.
presentation, but I'm about over getting hung up on 100.3 and 100.9. And
Let me, if I could, let me walk through this a little bit, and it'll help to explain where we're headed. So we believe that within the next couple of weeks, we're going to hit that number. We were very close before spring break. Additionally, there's some key factors and milestones that we've hit and that are upcoming. For instance, March 25th, you'll recall that on March 25th, the vaccination protocols opened up in Georgia, and anyone age 16 and above became eligible to receive the vaccine. That means that by April 22nd, anyone 16 and over who had gotten the vaccine on March 25th would then be eligible to get their second dose of Moderna. Moderna is the vaccine that has the longest waiting period between the first and the second dose. Okay? By April 29th, on April 29th, the CDC updated their guidelines and said anyone who had been fully vaccinated, it was no longer necessary for them to wear a mask in outdoor settings unless it's a very tight space, large gatherings, etc. By May 19th, 2 full months of residents 16 and above being eligible to receive the vaccine will have hit on May 19th. Now, why is that important? We are already seeing, we saw over the last few weeks a shift. Prior to the last few weeks, we had a demand that outstripped supply. That's no longer the case. Now we have supply that's beating demand, which tells us that by May 19th, most people in the area 16 and above who are eligible to receive the vaccine and who want to receive the vaccine will probably have gotten it and be fully vaccinated or very close to it. So based on these factors, we plan to continue our phase 5 rollout. Now that would mean that by May 17th, we'll open up the community room to outside groups to start holding meetings again, HOAs, civic groups, etc. The seating in the council chambers will go back to full capacity. Things like that will start to take place. By June 1st, we begin hosting our small and mid-size events. Keep in mind, when I say small and mid-size, that's pretty broad, right? Taste of Alpharetta, that's a large event. 4th of July, that's a medium event because of space, etc. Now, why starting June 1st? One, let these milestones hit, but also, quite honestly, Morgan and his team have to make certain arrangements for these events to start being able to happen. They're not going to be ready until right around the end of the month, June 1st. And then by June 14th, also June 1st, we would remove thermometers and things like that from our facilities. Honestly, that's a psychological. We haven't needed those in quite a while. But it's a psychological thing, make people feel more comfortable, more confident being in our facilities. Now, the exceptions to that we would recommend retaining would be the Adult Activity Center at North Park. There's still some guidelines that indicate there's benefit to having those in facilities serving mainly a senior population. And then our recreation facilities that are used for our camps and youth programs, again, going back to the governor's recommendations, CDC guidelines, et cetera, with respect to facilities where you have high concentrations of children. So we would, though, remove from our other facilities the thermometers. We'd start taking out the things like the X's on the floor, stand here, so you have 6 feet, things like that. But we continue to encourage social distancing, mask wearing, et cetera, just as the governor's order indicates, as CDC guidelines continue to indicate, as do other public health agencies. So this continues our opening up that we've been doing. Now, once we do this, we know that there's going to be ebbs and flows. Just like with any other viral infection, there's going to be times when it's a little higher, times when it's a little lower. It's a wave. It's not a steady line, right? Are we saying that, oh, this week we just went to 102, everything's off? No. The plan would be that we're not going to try to operate in these tight bandwidths. What we will be looking for are spikes, big spikes. So if we see a 10, 15% increase in a short period of time, probably not a big deal. We see 20, 25%, okay, now we may need to pay attention. Now, what does the testing positivity rate look like? What other factors are going on? Because one of the things that we have to keep in mind is those numbers start to get too high, and what do we end up with? Well, kids aren't back in school, and we know that's something we can't let happen. As a community, we need the kids to be in school. It has too big an impact. So that's kind of where we are heading with things. But we do think it's important to get to that target that we've had throughout this period. That was a target that, public health officials said this is a reasonable target to hit. We've based our decisions on the advice and guidance of public health officials to this point. We think it's important that we continue to do that. But once we hit that target, we don't have to respond to every little shift and change that may take place. So, I'm happy to answer any questions. Hopefully that gives you some understanding.
Thank you, James. So if I'm following the way that we hope this plays out, if there is a 25% spike in the end of July, and the test positivity rate is concerning and all that, we as a city will make a decision to pull back on home by dark,
We can start looking at, do we need to pull back on some of our public events, things of that nature. Does that have a wide impact? Well, it sends a couple of messages, right? For one thing, we're not encouraging behaviors that probably aren't smart when you've got a big spike going on. But it also sends a message to the public, hey, you may want to think about this spike that's going on, and you may want to think about your own behavior. So it sends messages.
Okay.
And it leads by example.
Councilman Burnett, then Councilman Hives. Sorry, I looked right first.
I appreciate the detail of which you gave us at 10:30. I think at this point, everyone, and there are exceptions to people who choose not to get the vaccine for health reasons. I understand that. But when you get 2 weeks out of your second dose, you are 90-something really high percentage rate. 94, good enough. I think that it's time, by the 4th of July, we should let people make their own decisions. This is America. And it's, sunlight's been good. Weather was, I almost said what Merkel said. The weather was bad today. But warm weather and sunshine is a positive thing. And guys, science is a great thing. So is Darwinism. I am ready to see who can get out there and, wants to see events. It's time to open up.
Councilman Hives, then Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell.
More for Mitchell.
James, I appreciate the science. I was on the conservative side. I want to express what my perspective is. I wore a mask when other people didn't. I was conservative. I take to heart what Councilman Burnett said, if you want a vaccine, they're there to be had now, and if you don't, you're probably not going to get one because you choose not to, and God bless every one of them. I'm more hung up on where we are with the numbers and being extremely legalistic on the numbers. I'm ready to drop the number criteria, given that since April 2nd, every report since April 2nd, we've been under 120. And we've been between 111 and 98 for like the last 5 reports. And, you know, I know we're in search of 2 consecutive reporting periods under 100. Meanwhile, we're trying to negotiate contracts for events. We're trying to secure certain things to happen outdoors. Other jurisdictions around us are going full go. The Braves will gladly accept a sellout if people will show up to watch that brand of baseball that they're playing right now. The Atlanta United will accept a sellout down at the Mercedes-Benz Dome. I'm ready to put a crowd out here for home by dark at 110 per 100,000 as opposed to waiting to 99.5 for 100,000. And I think the city is, and I know that I'm getting an earful from a lot of people in the city that they're ready for it. So yeah, well, I appreciate, no, but I'm ready to drop it now as opposed to waiting till we get to a certain point. So if the only hangup is we have to negotiate contracts or events to hold the event, then that's one thing. But to say we can't hold an event at all until we get to June 1st, I'm not there. I'm ready to move on.
Councilman Richard, I thought you.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I mean, truthfully, with the amount of legwork that needs to get done in advance of these events, even if we were not following that specific number, realistically being able to get things in place before June 1st, I think would be a pretty tough road.
Morgan and his folks can speak more accurately to that. I do know that there is a permitted event that is, I believe, ready to go at the end of the month.
Mm-hmm. So I think what I'm hearing, though, is that from the folks that are speaking that we don't really want to keep tracking the numbers and then pull back if the rates get higher. That's what I'm just trying to clarify. That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
So that I'm clear, right?
Well, hold on. We haven't heard from Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell yet. So don't assume anything. Mayor Pro Tem.
I love liberty. I love choice. And nobody loves it more than Dan and I. But I agree with Councilmember Hypes. Let's up the number or down the number, whatever it takes to open things up. I'm hearing right and left. Let's let us make a choice. Let's let us, if we want to wear a mask, we can wear a mask. If we don't, if we've been vaccinated and don't want to wear a mask, it's not our job as a city to monitor somebody's health. They can make those decisions. They can make the decision whether they want the vaccine or not. And a large majority of our citizenry are choosing not to take the vaccine, and that's their choice. But we have told the ABA, one of their main fundraisers, that they can't have the event because 7 days before the event we could pull back and it could cancel if the numbers aren't right. And I'm totally against that. I'm like, let them plan, and if people don't want to come out because they're concerned about it for health reasons, then they won't come to the event. But if they do want to come to the event, we're at a place where we can start allowing those, and I think it's immediate, not June 1st. Thank you.
What event are we not? What event are you talking about?
The Brew Moon Fest was, because they have to plan so far in advance, it presented problems for them.
So, to clarify, you want to go ahead, open everything up now, and the part of it that I'm unsure about is am I hearing correctly that if there is a spike, let's say our numbers hit 170, 200, don't worry about it. If the state wants to trigger something, the state will trigger it. We're staying out of it.
Yeah.
Am I hearing that correctly? I just want to make sure I'm doing what you guys want.
It's all being recorded, yes.
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 I think if the situation changes dramatically, then we have another conversation. Is that fair enough?
Sure.
Well, I mean, it's not like, yeah, we're not oblivious to the fact that things can change dramatically as they did a year ago. But I think the message is, let's not worry about the spikes in the numbers until it's time for us to worry about the spike in the numbers. Fair enough?
Can we get rid of the
All right.
thermometer out front here?
We can do that now.
I'll take it with me.
Again, the one caveat I would say.
I think somebody told one of our officers where they could put it last week.
The one caveat I would say to that is the public health guidelines do still encourage that you have those screenings for facilities that are targeted towards seniors and those that are targeted towards youth.
And that's just the temperature screening.
Yes.
Anyone object to that?
No, they can have another one.
I don't have any objections.
All right,
Okay.
very good. With that, Morgan will bring the fun.
And I recognize it's 10:30, so I'm going to be quick. First, it'll
10:40.
be June the 1st before we can roll out any of our events, just to be honest with you. We feel like, you know, those old cartoons when the character was running like this, but it wasn't going anywhere? That's the way we've been. We've literally been running up to now. We've been waiting to get our feet on the ground, and we've done that. And we've got 6 concerts planned back here, 2 in June, 2 in July, 2 in August. Home by Dark, so we anticipate those to be, the numbers to be right back. We're going to have 3 limited engagement food truck events, 1 in June, 1 in July, and 1 in August at the place where we did Food Truck Alley. And we're still talking through exactly what all the events are going to look like in the future, but we're going to go ahead based on the response we got from council as well as from the citizens. We're going to do those limited engagement food trucks back there, just kind of like the way we've always done them back there. We do have a couple other events that are coming on. There's going to be Art in the Park back here on the 22nd and 23rd here in Brook Street Park, and we're moving Art Street Fest, which used to be on Milton Avenue, to the area behind the community center, which we call the event lawn, but according to the master plan, it's called the Grove. And so the Art Fest, and we already have 120 vendors for that particular show. There at the Art Center. And then we got other events that are coming. We have a wine festival that is in the permit process right now in June. There's a European market still coming back in the fall. So, of course, then we got the big event we're working toward is Wire and Wood, the second weekend in October. So we already have the headliner for that, and Amanda and her group are working hard on that event. So we're back, but that's kind of like the way things will roll out. So you'll be seeing all that information rolling out here in the next few days. Okay?
That is awesome.
That is awesome. Can you contact the AVA with the Brew Moon Fest?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and if you know of anybody that has a direct contact to them, if they want to do a Brew Moon Fest, tell them to put in an application now. We'll be glad to. We can do it now. So they don't have to wait to fall. So whatever they want to do.
It would be,
Thank you, Morgan.
All right. Thank y'all.
All right. A member of the public, you've waited this long. If you'd like to come forward and make a comment, now is your opportunity to do so.
Gary Burchett, 2441 Academy Park. Thank God y'all just did what you did. We have been waiting forever for this to happen. In fact, we're trying to plan events in Academy Park, and that's the reason I had to wait to the end of this tonight. I wish you'd have done this much earlier, not have gone home and got some sleep. But anyway, thank you, and we're all looking forward to all the events. We really realized this last year how much we missed it. I mean, how much it was a part of our lives here in Alpharetta. And I think most of the citizens here know that now. we may have taken it for granted before, but it won't be taken for granted in the future.
Even people who were quiet would give you an earful, wouldn't they?
Oh, yes. So thanks again, and have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. You hear all that, Morgan and Amanda back there? They're chomping at the bit. Thank you. All right, any reports? No. Thank goodness. Closing reports. And unfortunately, I have to ask to entertain a motion.
Motion to adjourn to executive session.
We have a motion by,
Just wanted to say that it's like National City Clerk Week.
oh, really?
And, yeah.
So that's what those balloons were for. I saw.
Well, I've been here, Sue Rainwater, Cody Thigpen, and now Aaron Cobb. And what just wonderful people and good, hardworking individuals. And I know Sue for many years didn't even get paid for what she did. So I'm kind of working with Aaron on that. But
We're going to start paying her?
Be like.
But we've really been blessed to have great city clerks, and Aaron continues that. So,
Amen.
I just saw noted in one of my books over here that her first meeting was January 14th, 2019.
All right. Thank you for reminding us, Bob. So we had a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, and I think it was a second by Councilman Binder to adjourn into executive session. All those in favor, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Randy, you've been there the whole time? I was going to say, can't believe I didn't see you behind Gary L. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.